Okay, we're here. We're here with podcast. I'm
Oh my God, he's finally
yeah, I'm finally
ready.
ready. I finally stopped opening up my tabs and then closing out my tabs and then reopening up my tabs. But yes, we're here. Welcome, Wesley. What have you been up to and or doing?
Uh, I am currently playing Dead Game.
Please tell us, what is that dead game? Is it Marathon?
No, it hasn't even come out yet.
Stop lying, Wesley. You know it's Marathon. This fucking guy fucking shilling out for Bungie, using his big Bungie bucks to shove it in
Yeah,
our
okay.
faces. But please.
At this point, I don't even think anyone's getting Bungie bucks with fucking how they're.
The only person who's getting Bungie bucks is the artist that they plagiarized.
Oh yeah. Well, besides him, no one else.
Yeah, no one else. Um, so I know you said you're playing Dead Game. Please tell us, when was the last time you played Destiny?
Besides today, probably like when the expansion came out, like September, October-ish, for
S-
like 4 or 5 months.
September, October-ish. Okay, yeah, okay. So they're still updating uh Destiny 2?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I guess they're still putting in resources until I guess Marathon comes out.
Well, I mean, they still have the whole expansion that they essentially released to
I
keep going with.
Oh, so it's like never ending kind of.
I mean, they're not done putting out the content for the this season
Oh, okay. Wow. All right.
because they're now the next expansion isn't or not expansion, next update, I guess call it, isn't until 3 months from now.
Okay. All right. And are people still playing it? I think that's the real question.
No, no, not really, no.
No, just you. It's just you on the server.
From what I saw the other day, I think it's like about it was like on Steam.
Mm,
I think it was like 10,000-ish people are playing, like active players.
yeah, I forget. Is it crossplay or no?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just chunks want to play.
Not really. I mean, once it became like free to play, I was like, I know there's gonna be something that catches my eye, and then I'm like, what's the point even? And then I have a weird thing when it comes to like live service games where I something always either deters me or attracts me. And I think the one that got me at a point, and it's not even a true live service game, is fucking Mortal Kombat 1 because of the
Mhm.
costumes. And I spent money for like the fucking in-game currency bullshit, and I got the costumes, and I'm like, yeah, I'm happy with it, but the game's fucking dead. That's the unfortunate thing, is that Mortal Kombat 1 is fucking dead. And
Yeah,
yeah.
this is following suit pretty much.
Yeah. So it's like one of those things where it's like, I know there's going to be something that either I like and then I'm going to feel bad or sad about like either spending money on it. And I'm just like, there's no point. There's no point. Cuz I think I've always told you that like I dig what the world building was for Destiny up until they shitted the bed and they were like, yeah, everything's all online, go to the Grimoire. Just go to the website.
Yeah,
And I didn't like that. I was like, I don't want to do that. Why do I have to go to a fucking website for something that should be in the game? But I don't know. That was always the thing that surprised me about like Destiny in general, of just like how it still garnered an audience. But I do have to say that Bungie is known for their shooting and for their first person games. So it's like, yeah, it makes sense because it feels good to play sometimes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because like I played the Taken King, and I'm like, when they started like introducing like the power moves and stuff like that, I was like, oh shit, this is pretty cool. And then I booted up Destiny 2 like once, and I was like, nah, this is not for me.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Taken King was like the
The high point.
probably one of the best parts of Destiny.
It was the good, but also the downfall. Yeah, it's just I don't know. There is that part of me where it's just like I can't do live service games. I really can't. That's why like whenever you and Howler talk about like, oh, check out this current online only multiplayer game, it's just like this thing's gonna be dead like not soon, but eventually. And I'm just like I don't want to spend money on this thing.
It's like every game, you know.
In a sense, yeah. But even then, like some single player stuff is just like you're right. It is getting to that degree of just like why? Why is it why did it have to be online?
Yeah, that I don't understand. Like, why do single players need online services?
I never understood that because look at what happened with the crew, where that's going through some weird bullshit. The racing game that Ubisoft
Hmm.
made,
Yeah,
and like now this guy I think in Canada created a whole petition to like create a server at least for users because people spent money in that thing.
that's so dumb.
Yeah, I never liked that. Same thing with Gran Turismo 7. Yeah, Gran Turismo 7 has this weird thing where it's like you have to be online. And I played a good amount of Gran Turismo 7. I'm like, I like the driving, but it's like, why does it have to be online? I don't understand. And it's the only one that does that, which is so bizarre. But yeah.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
don't know. I don't like can't honestly understand like what people are or not the devs are thinking.
mm.
Is it the devs or just the company in general?
Yeah, I think it's usually a higher up decision for that kind of circumstance because what was it? There was something on the news for video games for specifically High Guard where that development team got fucking overworked to shit to the extent where the person who was the lead concept artist was also in charge of like uh deciding on how micro transactions worked for the game where everyone's like that's not her job position, that shouldn't be her job position, that should be someone else that does that. So yeah, High Guard went in a weird spot as well where um oh god, I realize I'm streaming. I shouldn't be streaming. Okay, sorry about that. I probably I have to fix that. um I should press the stream button. And yeah, it was just they got overworked and then um and I think they let go like a good amount of people for High Guard. And I also found out that apparently Tencent was behind the game. So yeah, I don't know. Did you play High Guard? Did you play High Guard? Now that I'm realizing. Wesley?
Hmm. No
Did you
idea.
No, never played it.
No, no. I don't even know what game that is.
High Guard? No.
Yeah, no.
That was a new thing that came out from the team that did Apex and Titanfall. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, nope. Gee. What?
You're still shooting.
No, I'm trying to find the game to see.
Oh, High Guard. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's a free to play.
Yeah. So a lot of things happened behind the scenes for that game. Um, as I mentioned. But yeah. What else have you been doing?
I'm playing a lot more League.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But not 2XKO? Wow.
No. That game, no.
Wow. You just hate games. I see. Even though
Well, that game's
you're
already going into the shitter.
what do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean, you shitter? Don't talk about game like it's some bad duty game. I played a little bit of 2XKO. I liked it for the most part. I know I played as Timo and God, who else did I choose? I think I did it. I played a little bit of Warwick, and then that was basically it. And then I didn't go. Oh no, Jinx and Vi. Yeah, there's some good art direction, but yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, dude, that's also another one where I was like, I can't fucking spend money on this thing because like, oh, cool, there's costumes from Arcane. I liked the first season. I haven't watched the second season, but I mean, I liked the first season. And then you look at what happens now, where they got rid of like 50% of the team. And I think Riot had to come out with a statement being like, no, like it doesn't mean the game's dead. It's just we're moving those people to different parts of the company. Don't worry about it. 2XKO still lives.
Dead. Now it's dead.
No, stop it. Play Jinx, the Jonkler. Play the...
You're saying they're killing 2KO?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's just speculation at this point. It's just that the fact that news came out that the dev team behind 2XKO got reduced to like 50%. So
killing it.
Some people describe it as more like sundowning rather than that, where it dies off slowly, but it's not like full on like killing it at this point.
It'd be weird if they killed that game because
it just came out. It just came out.
They did that to what was the one fighting game they did that to? Because that game like just
opened and closed. Multiverses.
Yeah.
Multiverses was such a bizarre thing because it's just like, hey, we're still technically in beta, but buy our in-game currency. Still in beta.
Yeah.
All right, we're out. All right, now we're gone. Bye. It's like, what do you mean? I get to play as Batman. And then you guys
Bugs
leave.
Bunny.
And Bugs Bunny. Yeah, Multiverses was a weird one too, where I genuinely do not know what the behind the scenes with that happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, because Wesley was talking.
I couldn't imagine Riot shutting this down. Like Riot's been catering to that League of Legends card game that now they have a real card game.
So here's the thing.
And they still cater to it.
So, oh God. I just had a burp. So here's the thing. The thing that I've been hearing online is the consensus of who is this game for? Obviously, there are people who play fighting games, but there's also people who play League, but there's no really big in between of those two. Because like I said to Wesley, is that Wesley doesn't like fighting games. It doesn't appeal to him. So it's like this weird thing where it's like, who is this for? Because I like fighting games, but I don't like League. So it's like this, you create a whole division where it's like, who is this for? Is this meant for fighting game heads? So it's like, okay, cool, it's meant for fighting game heads, but it's like, you still have to garner those people to come into, playing League, which I'm pretty sure a lot of them won't.
I don't think they have to go play League. I think it's trying to get them into the universe. If they can get you into TFT, into ARAM, into any other, even the TV show.
Well, I think even then, there is that point where it's still a live service game where they're still getting people's money for skins and costumes, which I have to say the prices for the skins are gross for 2XKO.
Welcome to Riot Games, baby.
That's what I'm saying, is that I saw that and I was like, what the fuck do you mean it's $30?
Whoops.
I've been
paying that price on my skins for a while, dog.
I know, and I'm like, as somebody that doesn't do that shit, minus what I told Wesley like earlier, is that like the only game that got me to do that was fucking Mortal Kombat 1. It's like, I don't want to spend like more money on costumes. Like, even then, Street Fighter 6 has costumes. It doesn't have a crazy amount, but I've gotten them, and it's like, yeah, I like these costumes. I like how they look for some of them, and there's depending on which character I play, because there's still some costumes that I still haven't gotten, but then, it's not like fucking $30 like a costume in Street Fighter 6. I think it's like, like $5 or $10, maybe less, but it's not fucking $30. And you get like different like colors for it too, which is like, that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you're also playing a free game, so you're paying for the extras.
Yeah,
That's all.
that is true. That is the economy of Riot Games, where it's like it's free, but you know,
Listen, I'm going to be very real. Like, their games are good games, so you're getting a free product
look,
that's high quality.
look, bro. I know you like to glaze over Song of Nunu. All right, you're a Song of Nunu glazer. All
Song
right,
of Nunu is paid for and terrible.
I can't wait to play it. I have my copy ready.
You're for sure gonna be like, "Oh, this is it's best game.
This
it's
is
so good
it's
game.
so
How did you
good.
not know it
Where are
was
the
so good?"
rats? Where are the rats and the older sister that I get to play as? Oh, you mean is Nunu a rat? Okay, I love game. Good game. 10 out of 10. Anyways,
Riot makes good products. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, like I was saying before, the overall art design for that game is really good. Like Jinx looks cool, Vi looks really cool. You know, Teemo is a fucking fighting game meme, like within that game. And it's just like there's some cool ass shit that you can do in that game. I like the idea of playing with another person as your tag team. And it's like, okay, we switch out. We basically do the fucking like Nacho Libre like hand clap. But it's very goofy that I come to find out that apparently it doesn't have couch co-op. It's specifically mostly online, which I have to.
It has co-op. It has couch co-op.
For 2XKO?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I was about to.
Well, I don't know about couch co-op, but I know like you could 1v1 people.
Well, 1v1. I mean, like doing four players on the couch. Because I don't think they added that. So here's the thing. I'm saying this now, but I think there was a statement from Riot saying that they're planning on doing another update to do that eventually at some point. So I have to kind of like do a bit of clarification. But yeah, it's just yeah, 2XKO is a weird one because I would have to go back and see like, you know, if the game really appeals to me, but I'm kind of at a weird point where like with fighting games, I can't like play more. I can't because I'm already fucking stretched thin on like what I want to put my time into because either it's Tekken or Street Fighter 6, and then even then I unfortunately put fucking Guilty Gear to the sideline, and I love Guilty Gear, but I have not played that game in forever, and it's just like they did a complete like overhaul to like the ranking system, so even then I would have to start from scratch, which is not a bad thing, but still. And then there's other fighting games out there that I still want to like put my time into, which I tried putting my time into Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising.
Yeah.
And that game's, if you've seen that game is gorgeous. Like it's an anime game and it's the animation is phenomenal. They just did a new season and like they just did a new character who's like this like commander lady and she looks fucking cool. But yeah, it's just like fighting games I'm personally stretched too thin. And next month they're for Street Fighter 6 they're releasing Alex, and Alex, I fucking love Alex. Even though he's not a good character in the Street Fighter games, I love his aesthetic. He's a wrestler and he's fucking cool. He's a wrestler, he's from New York, and he fucking power bombs. So it's just like I love Alex. So I'm very excited to play Alex a lot more because even then, you know, I played a shit ton of Terry for Street Fighter 6, and right now, you know, not to toot my own horn, but I, you know, it's not a like fucking big ass like, you know, celebration, is that like I finally moved up from the rank that I was from before with Terry. I finally got to platinum, and then I still want to get to at least like master rank at some point. But you know, I'm still trying to play some other characters for Street Fighter 6 where C Viper is a character that came out like a couple months back. I think last month she came out, and she's really cool, but she's like one of those like really weird technical characters. So I'm like looking at videos and like how to do like her feints, her like cancels, and like all this other stuff that like I said, it takes a lot of time to get into. So 2XKO is a weird one for me, like I said, where it's just like, do I want to put in the time for Teemo? Do I want to put in the time if they do an update for Nunu? Do I want that? Let me ask you, Wesley, do you want to play Nunu?
No.
All right, see?
I mean, I'll play him in the jungle and be really bad with him, but you know, hey.
What if he's a cool character in the fighting game? What if he's like,
No.
what if he can speak English and he's also from New York and he says power bomb, and I'm like, oh shit.
New York.
Nunu.
Oh.
Nunu from New York. He's power bombing motherfuckers. Dead ass B Tims. Anyways, sorry, I got sidetracked. But Wesley, what else have you done?
I've been playing Pinocchio game.
Tell me, how is Lies of the Peepus?
Yes. It's actually not bad.
P. Are you gonna play the DLC when you're done with the main story?
I'd have to get the DLC first.
What is it, like $30?
I don't know, probably.
I think so. But how do you feel? It's what was the last Souls game you played? Oh, Night Rain, technically, right?
Well, I don't really classify that as Souls game.
It's a Souls game because it's made by the Souls people who does the Souls.
No.
All right, fine. It's a Tarkov like, all right, fucker. But what was the last like single player Souls like that you played?
Besides Lies, probably.
Didn't you say you were like playing Sekiro at a point?
No, that was a while ago.
Okay, all right. You never 100%ed that.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't even think I've beat Sekiro completely yet.
Oh wow. Okay.
Honestly, I don't even remember if I did or not.
Let's go have a look. Do it right now. Drop everything. Go look at it.
Alright, fine. Let's see.
Let me talk about Sekiro because I beat that game. I went really because I was like, let me just 100% this game, and I just did it, and that was a fun time. That was very good. That was a very good fun time. But I put that game down, so I wouldn't say that. I feel like now I feel confident within my skills of like no hit run of it because it's been too long. But that game's awesome. I love Sekiro. I wish they would do another Sekiro like.
What's that name? What's that game that's coming out soon? Is like Sekiro? No.
Beast of Reincarnation?
Sure.
Game Freak?
Sure.
Okay. Is it another Sekiro? Yeah, because Chicken Man that drinks tears isn't Sekiro like.
No, that's Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors, yeah. But that's a good one. Are you enjoying?
I really hate how you. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Vitality posture, flee up with healing glory. No.
Oh god, Wukong I haven't finished. I forgot about Wukong.
And then Chicken Games next.
Can't wait for Chicken Game.
That honestly might be the last Souls game I played.
Did you finish it?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I dropped off Wukong pretty hard.
I thought about replaying it again. But doing like all the secret stuff that I have now, I'm just like, I don't know if I really want to do this again.
Yeah, Wukong's a weird one because it's like there's a lot in that game where it's like, hey, there's a little secret path or like a little secret interaction you can have that can send you to another world that is technically like a different little path thing. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I have to look at like where I'm at with Wukong because I was streaming that and I was like, I was getting like Wukong fatigue. And I was just like, I don't know if I can keep playing this. And it's been like, I want to say like through like 2 years at this point where I dropped off Wukong.
Same.
Yeah. So it's weird. I'm getting to a point where it's just like for streams, I feel like I should just stream something that I dropped and then now pick it back up from where I was. But yeah, Wukong's a weird one.
Like, the one reason I wanted to go back into Wukong is doing the whole clone tier 4 smack thing that everyone does.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty cool. Did I get that? I don't remember if I got that. But yeah, like the power stuff is cool. Like the power stuff is cool, but it's just like I think the boss that kind of like really turned me off like a good amount was the centipede guy. The centipede Taoist, I think was the name. Where I felt like that fight was just like insane to the point where I was just like, okay, is there a way to cheese this? And it's like, yeah, you can cheese it. You have to get like a specific item, and it's like that little thread needle thing that's like hones in on enemies. If you know that.
No.
No. It's a pretty good item. Where it's just like,
Honestly,
hey,
I don't know.
okay,
I don't know where I was in that game.
yeah, fair enough. Right now I'm at the red boy fight where it's like a demon child thing that I'm fighting.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because like when I loaded up my game, I was in the second area, I think. I had to TP back to the second area for some reason. With all the rocks and whatnot.
Okay.
I
Oh.
don't know if I was just like going there for like just like side stuff or like main story stuff, but
Mhm.
I know obviously I killed the dragon. I did the whole thing with the
Oh yeah, the lake dragon.
yeah,
Yeah,
I did everything past that too.
that also was another one that really bugged the shit out of me because it's just like the enemy hitbox was just like disjointed.
Super, yeah, it was super tiny.
It was super disjointed where I was just like, I know I made contact. Why the fuck is the game saying I'm not making any fucking contact?
Because you didn't make any contact, bro.
Because I didn't make any contact because that little fucking dragon is too slippery.
Yep.
Yeah. What else you got?
Not much in terms of games, pretty much. Yeah, not much.
Just what you've been
Just
playing.
those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any animes or movies?
Animes, I'm getting back into for some reason my romance arc animes.
You're watching romance movies?
No.
Romance
Animes, nerd.
romance animes?
Gosh, clean out your ear holes.
Sorry. Romance animes? What are you? Lonely?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What are you watching?
The most recent one I finished was I think the girl like loses her glasses or forgot her glasses or something like that.
Okay.
Let me
Is it like a
see.
comedy thing?
Wait, hold on. What? No, because there's the thing going on with my Crunchyroll account.
Oh,
Saying you guys don't have access to it anymore.
me and Howler?
Yeah.
Let me look this up. Let me see. Maybe they did the change of services, like
No, because I had
an agreement update. Let me see if I can get
but
in.
saying you have to resubscribe to so you get access to it.
Oh, I'm in.
That's like
I'm on mobile. So,
I'm on
yeah.
the desktop
I know. I'm
and
that.
it's
Hmm.
like can you actually like watch stuff?
Let's see. What was I watching? Oop, I exited out. Hold on, hold on. This is great for the podcast. Figure out whether or not Wesley can get it back in.
'Cause like I
Nope.
can get into my account, but
Now I'm out.
yeah, like that's so weird. What the hell?
Yep. Nope. Now I'm out. Now it has a little like icon with the profile, little crown icon. If I can log into yours. All right, so you're watching One Piece. You're still watching Don to Don. You're watching Pirate Princess,
I'm
Galaxy.
not anything that's episode 1. I'm not even touching.
Okay, Tower God. No, Remonster.
No, that I finished. That was a rewatch that didn't end up clearing for some reason.
Okay, Persona 5 the animation. No. Black Clover. Oh
All
yeah,
of those are old. I don't think it's like the first two are old.
I still gotta watch Gachi Yakuda at some point.
I need to finish it.
Togen Anarchy. Nope, you're not watching that. God, there's so many episode ones.
Yep.
Oh, Tonari no Seki-kun. That's a good one.
No idea what that is.
It's they're in a classroom and it's just like the main character is a girl who like every time she looks off to the side she sees her classmate doing some bullshit.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. I would recommend also Meruko-chan, I think is the other one, where it's about this girl who's able to see ghosts. And the thing is that like the ghosts can see her, but the ghosts don't know that she can see them, so she kind of has to do this whole
Oh, she
thing.
has to like pretend.
Yeah,
She's like completely terrified.
I read the manga for that, and it's so good. It's so good. I have to see whether or not they finished the manga, but I genuinely had a lot of fun reading that because there was one storyline where I was like, "Holy shit, this is really tense and really good." And it's the one about the cats. That one was really good. But the art is so funny because like I forget there was like one point where she like does like a meet and greet with like a wrestler, but it was like an offhand joke that she made. I think it was so goofy. I love it. But yes, continue, Wesley. What have you animued?
Check the my recently watched or like the.
I'm not gonna go through your list, man. Just say whatever you
You
remember.
literally just did.
I did, but I'm like, I don't want to do this because you have so many fucking episode ones.
No, history nerd, not.
It's literally there, the history.
That's not the history. That's recently
Why are mom and
watched.
dad fighting again?
Because Wesley's like, look at my anime, and I'm like, okay, but talk about the anime you do remember, and he's like, no, talk about it, and I'm like, I don't know these ones.
This guy's dumb. That's why.
I'm not dumb. You're dumb.
Dang. Come back next podcast. Find
come
out
back-
which one's dumb.
Yeah, come back. We'll be back in 3 months. Wesley. Wooly.
I've been watching JJK. I'm kind of upset that there's no episode. There was no episode last week.
Oh, because of the Winter Olympics.
Yeah. Kind of dumb.
Did they call their game?
Now it's back. What the, bro? What is going on?
Are you gonna just start watching it right now to catch up?
No, like. So now you're able to go on.
Oh,
What, bro? This is so annoying.
computer, log this guy out of his Crunchyroll account. You've been logged
Actually.
out.
No, because it's like.
Dude,
Keep saying I don't have a membership, but then I just checked and I was able to access your guys' account.
no, I'm still technically logged out. I have to upgrade my account. All right. Anyways, I'm not gonna play around with Crunchyroll.
No, because this is actually really annoying. Why?
No. So yes, how is Jujutsu Cousin?
That's good. It's not bad.
Not bad.
Waiting
Good
for
season.
the Hikari fight.
Okay.
Everyone's like, I wonder if they actually petitioned or got the rights for the song.
There's a song?
Everyone was like, yeah, there's a certain song that people wanted, for Hikari's fight theme for his thing. What is it called? Not stand, his fucking ability.
Okay.
That like they want some song to play instead of what they were gonna have it as. Supposedly it goes better. I don't know.
Well, I have to wait and see.
Hmm?
We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. I've been watching that. I've been watching Jack of all trades. It's actually pretty good. Dude's fucking stupid OP.
Okay.
It's like the basic, like he gets kicked out of like the heroes party because they think he's weak, but then
Oh, I think you talked about this.
did I?
I think so. Yeah. I think
Oh, well,
last podcast. Yeah.
I don't know. I've been
Oh, so 3 years
continuing
ago?
to watch it.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Yeah, pretty much.
I
Continuing to
remember.
watch it.
Both of you.
He um in the last episode before the one that just happened, he ends up soloing a floor 94 boss,
Mm-hmm. It's in
which
like
is
an.
known as the
Is it
hmm?
an isekai? I forget.
Not entirely.
Okay.
Like he doesn't.
Get
I don't think
transported.
so. Yeah. Um, but he ends up soloing a boss that is level 90 or like on floor 94, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
94, 95, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where everyone's like, "Oh no, like we're all gonna die," because they went down for a training mission. For like these like new recruits, but then the heroes party was like, "Oh, we just got this new enchanter, so let's go test out her abilities on um the boss at the floor that we literally just got to, and we can't get past because we're not strong enough." And sorry, I'm like killing things. I wasn't trying to do this. The other dude, the original guy, who was like, "Don't do that because you guys are gonna die. You're gonna regret it." Lo and behold, they're getting literally destroyed all down there. So they use like a little teleportation scroll stone thing
Mm-hmm.
where it creates a portal like in front of you that anything or anyone could access, right? So they're going. Half the team could barely walk, so they have to be like carried through the portal. And out of nowhere, the dragon's like, "Oh, hey, let me just go through this portal and go anywhere else besides here." So the dragon ends up TPing to where the new people are training
Mm-hmm.
to get like their experience and whatnot. And the guy that got kicked out, he was like, "Oh shit, we're all gonna die if I don't do anything." So he essentially solos the dragon, almost dying in the process too, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was crazy. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, he's gonna die," and he's like, "No, I got this." But he's like, "Oh shit, I might die." He's like, "Nah, nah."
Oh shit, I might die.
Oh shit! I might
No,
die.
yeah, literally, he was like, "Oh shit, this is actually a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be."
All right.
And then one of the other enchanters tried to help him. He was like, "No, you're gonna mess me up if you try to help." And she's like, "Oh shit, what the fuck? Okay, fine." True story.
Good anime.
That's not bad, yeah.
Okay. I'll take it under consideration. Once
10
I
out of 10 anime.
10
Would
anime.
smash anime.
Would
Hashtag
smash. Wow.
hashtag wood smash. Okay.
Uh, and then what the fuck else was I watching? Oh, Sentenced to be a Hero. That anime is dope as fuck. Highly recommend.
What's it called?
Sentenced to be a Hero.
Sentenced to be a hero. Okay. What's the premise? You gotta sell me on these,
Um,
Wesley. You gotta sell me on these.
so you know how like the Jack of all trades hero is a good term?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sentenced to be a hero, being a hero is not good.
Oh, so it's like
That
opposite.
means yes. That means um in that like world, being a hero is known to be worse than death
Okay.
because you're essentially like a dog of like the church or whatever,
Okay.
like of like the higher ups here. So the world is being consumed by this corruption that
Mm-hmm.
like corrupts anything like in its wake, like people, animals, like forests and whatnot. So these heroes are tasked with essentially going out, trying to help like the soldiers destroy these like blights and these bosses and whatnot, while being criticized for everything that they do.
So it's based on a whole societal idea of what heroes are?
What do you mean?
Like the society within that world believes that heroes are just like not a good thing?
No. So like for example, you know how like people commit crimes in like our world, right? And
Yeah.
like sentences like it's 20 years or this and that or not.
Hmm.
So depending on like your crime, you will be sentenced to be a hero, where they um it's basically a never-ending cycle of like being revived.
Okay.
It's like you die, they bring you back, but you lose a part of you every single time they bring you back.
Like what? Like a part of what? Like your soul?
Like your sanity.
Your what?
So like you won't remember your sanity.
Oh, sanity.
Yeah. So like right now you'll be like your first brought back. You're like, okay, you might not remember like who your siblings are or like your family and whatnot. And
Mm.
then if you keep going, um, you'll just remember that like, oh, you're essentially someone that has to like kill these things.
So do they touch upon that within the show? Like it's just like what is happening to these people who are heroes? Like do other people view it as like just like this bizarre thing that shouldn't exist?
No, they view it as you're a monster. That the reason you became a hero is because you did something really fucked up.
Hmm. Okay. All right. That's interesting. I can get behind that. All right. Put
But
the watch list.
there's like the heroes, and then there's like regular people too. Then there's goddesses
Mm-hmm.
that like are supposedly form pacts with humans to basically assist them in defeating the blights. Um, to where I don't know if you're gonna watch it or not. This is gonna explore the territory with the main character.
I'm probably gonna watch it. It
Okay.
sounds interesting at this point.
Yeah.
So you sold me on it.
Um, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You're welcome. But when you watch it, you'll realize that like every character has their own like quirks about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like some guys aren't the same as others, obviously. But then you see one person who is visibly um that's been visibly affected by the resurrections.
Mm-hmm.
That you're like, oh shit, this is actually what could happen.
Okay. So yeah, it's more of like a moral like understanding of like what is going on to these characters who are heroes. Like
Yeah, pretty
it's
much.
yeah, okay. Got it. And whether or not it's ethical to bring these people back.
I mean, the higher ups, they don't care. They just think of you as
That's what I'm
like a
saying.
means to an end.
That's what I'm saying is that like the people higher up don't care, but the people who have to kind of deal with it is just like, yeah, we kind of don't like this.
I mean, they don't really care either, but like they're like, oh yeah, this kind of sucks, but nothing really can really do about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty dope. The first episode like caught me completely off guard because um it's a 50-minute episode.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, I was watching it and I was like, okay, cool. Like this
It's
is,
basically establishing that like this is the world and we're going to show you as much as we can before we kick off the whole story.
yeah, pretty much.
Oshino Ko had that. Did I ever tell you that I watched that?
I don't know what that is.
That that show had such an interesting premise that I don't know where it goes now, but essentially you're given like almost an hour long episode to basically get this idea that this doctor and this patient that he has, they both die, but they get reincarnated as babies. And the thing is that they know what they were before. Like, the doctor character knows that he was a doctor in his previous life, and the girl who was his patient remembers herself being a patient treated for like cancer, I believe she had. So they are born into the life of their mother is a Japanese idol, and a very famous one at that, which is like, oh, okay. And the Japanese idol they make reference to because the patient character, she was obsessed with this idol and always talked about like, oh man, if I was born in a different life, you know, to like a famous person, you know, I would probably have things different, this and that. So their like relationship, the doctor and the patient, was them bonding through loving the music of this Japanese idol. So then when they die and they get reincarnated, they become the idol's children. And the idol herself, I think, is like probably like 18 or 19. And there's this like whole backstory of like, oh, she was kind of like kicked out of her group because she had a relationship with somebody. And
didn't you talk about this?
I
before?
did, like years ago. Like years ago, I talked about this.
Sure, years ago? I swear to God, I heard you talk about this like maybe 6 months ago.
No, this was like a while.
Oh.
I watched like the first episode
I
like
remember
a while
this
ago.
shit though, because like I remember you talking about them getting reincarnated or whatever.
Yeah, so like their mom, yeah, she gets kicked out from her idol group, and it's a big scandal essentially. Well, no, she doesn't get kicked out. She has to keep them as a secret, essentially, trying to reveal that like, oh, she didn't have kids out of wedlock, like she's like, you know. But that's also the part of the mystery, is that like you don't know who the father is. So then the kids grow up, you know, like I said, still retaining their memories of before. They eventually find out that like, oh, you were my doctor, oh, you were my patient. So it's like this weird thing of just like, oh, okay, like we're siblings technically, but like we are technically two different people. So the show, the first episode does like a really interesting thing where it's like, okay, you see these kids grow up, you see them like kind of like bloom into like a new life that they have, but with doing things that wasn't, you know, they never thought that would actually happen to them. Is that like the doctor becomes like a actor, and the daughter character slash patient character becomes like wants to pursue the same thing, where she wants to be an actor slash singer. So you get all this of them growing up, you know, it kind of does a little bit of like fast forwarding a little bit, and then they're like teenagers, like preteens kind of. And then you get a fucking like, the show goes into a fucking left turn that like their mom was murdered, the idol mom. And you're like, what? And how that episode finishes off is the son slash doctor character being like, my new pursuit in life is to take revenge on possibly my father, because I have a belief that my father is the one that killed my mom, because that is the whole thing of the mystery behind it, of like, who was the idol with when she had these kids? Why did he want to silence her? And like all these things of just like this conspiracy. And then I check into the show like later on, and it does like this weird like slice of life kind of thing where it's like it kind of like sidelines the whole like revenge aspect, and still pursues a like, oh, we're actors and singers and we're doing this, doing that. And it's like this like weird thing of like the real drama has been like sidelined while doing a really creepy thing of like, oh, because the two characters are, they remember them being two different people, kind of have feelings for each other, but in this circumstance they are technically siblings. So it's like, I don't know where this is going. Like, I don't know where it's going. I don't know whether or not the show finished. I don't know whether or not the manga finished. But it's like it had such a interesting first episode, only for me to hear that like they sidelined the really interesting thing. It's so weird. It's so weird. But yeah, Oshino Ko is the name of the anime. I think it might be on Hulu. Yeah. Yeah. What else you animued?
I don't remember the exact name. It's about these two kids in school. I don't remember. I think it's middle school or high school.
Are they like
Where
buff?
no. Just like your average like not nerd, but like also not outcast.
Mhm.
Like average Joe type esque.
Mhm.
Where he falls for this girl that's next to him, that sits next to him in class, but she always forgets her glasses, right?
Mm.
I think it's like the girl I like forgot her glasses, some shit like that. I don't
So
remember.
why do girls who forget their glasses are always in dungeons?
No.
Redux.
Yep.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
But essentially, like, since she keeps forgetting her glasses, he puts it upon himself to be like, oh hey, this is my essentially in with this girl. Let me help her out.
Mhm.
Let me be like her eyes essentially if she needs help. Super cute, super adorable. The main guy, he's fucking weird as shit, but it's like everybody around him essentially knows that he has like a super crush on her
No.
besides her,
Okay.
obviously, because the crush can't know they're a crush until final moments.
So it's like a Comey can't communicate kind of thing where everybody knows, but nobody will say
Essentially,
anything.
yeah.
Okay. God, Comey can't communicate. I hear that the manga gets like not good, which makes me kind of sad because I really love that show.
I haven't finished it yet.
Yeah, it's great. I love
Like
it.
it was good for like when I was watching it, but I don't the whole like I don't know. I feel weird that she doesn't talk.
It's part of. I mean, she talks, but like it's kind of her character thing, where it's like
No, yeah, I know
that's
that
yeah,
she doesn't really communicate. Yeah.
yeah, because it's part of the comedy aspect that she's so attractive that she can't communicate with anyone because they're beneath her, and then in reality, she just has social anxiety.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah,
Word.
word.
That's pretty much it. I haven't really done much.
Oh,
Besides like anime and like movies and games and whatnot, I did take a solo trip this week
by yourself?
for yeah, no, with 17 other people.
Oh my god, this guy. You can't say solo trip and go with like 80,000 people.
Well, you're asking if I went with other people after I said solo trip, so
But you can't say solo trip. Solo trip
who's the
implies
real
that you're
nerd?
by yourself the whole time.
What if his last name was Solo and
Exactly.
he went on a trip? He went on a solo trip.
He's
you
no
know?
Han. Stop it.
I didn't say his first name was Han, bro.
But he ain't.
His first name was Wesley. Wesley Solo.
No. I refuse to
Yeah,
believe that.
see, at least someone gets it.
Yeah. I can't communicate though.
See, he understands.
All right, Comey, calm down.
I
Yeah.
went on a solo trip, including my infantrymen of 80,000 that went with me.
Infantryman, huh?
Infantry.
He went on a recon.
My
bro?
platoon went with me. But yes,
Every time you say platoon, you gotta spit.
platoon.
That's Splatoon.
That's
not
Splatoon.
No.
Splatoon.
That's fine.
I was thinking about Splatoon with
the
the
Squid Kids?
Squid Kids.
Squid Kids is crazy.
But yes, what did you do on your trip, Wesley?
On a solo trip up north. I went to go snowboard for the first time. It's pretty dope.
That's cool.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty dope. Kind of.
You shredded.
Yeah, shredded. Sure. We could. Yeah.
Was
yeah,
it fucking
well,
gnar, dude?
Yeah, he shredded the gnar. While also,
we'll
while
use that
also,
word.
what is it? 720ing Shaun White with high fives.
Yo, don't disrespect Shaun White, brother.
What? How am I disrespecting him? I'm saying Wesley and Shaun White hung out together. Is that a bad thing?
Nah.
Are you saying that Wesley's beneath Shaun White? How dare you? In
Dude,
front
he
of
wasn't
Wesley
in
on
Italy
his
the
birthday?
wall was over.
I'm absolutely saying he's beneath Shaun White
On his birthday? How dare you?
on his birthday.
I'm glad you enjoyed your snowboarding.
Yeah,
Did you just
I fell a lot.
Okay. So yeah,
I
Wesley
hurt my foot and my wrist.
Wesley is
It was,
beneath Shaun White. Shaun White would never hurt himself like that. Not on the gnar.
wow. It's better than some people.
Yeah, I just went tubing.
Nerd.
At least I didn't fall while tubing.
It's tubing. It's not almost impossible to fall.
Stop saying that. You don't know.
I do know.
No, you don't.
He's like, bro, it was dangerous as fuck.
It was crazy, you know.
You're literally just in a
Almost
tube
collided
floating
with
on
a
hill.
almost collided with a 7-year-old, but you know, that goes the dangers of tube.
Guess a 7-year-old's fault.
There
you know,
goes the
taking
dangers
away.
of tube.
The dangers of tube, you know, right on the tube gnar.
It was so fucking hard, dude. The
It was,
powder was so fresh.
it was-
It's called pow pow.
Cow pow.
You wouldn't know because you know you and your snowboarding, but you know the tubing gets on the snow on the pow pow
I could
Dude.
see Jones with like a helmet on.
with goggles.
Yeah. Just fucking hang 10 sign and then just fucking absolutely eats shit.
Just fucking pulls out the tube. Everyone's like, seriously.
He's like blowing it up.
That would be even worse.
It's so funny, bro.
Oh god.
So did you just go snowboarding? Like you didn't stay like somewhere?
No, I did stay somewhere. I was out for 3 days.
Okay.
I realized that I had to set everything up in like ahead of time before I went.
Mm.
Because when I try to go, well, the first day I was there, I was just like, oh, just let me chill for now, because I did get there at 3, and I don't know like the area like that.
Okay.
And plus, there was absolutely no cellular signal. Just
sucks.
really, really crappy Wi-Fi.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was. So I used Monday to be like, oh, like what? See, like what stuff can I do? Like, let me get ready for the like the snowboarding. See what's up. I checked the one mountain that was closer,
Hmm.
and because like I was gonna take a lesson and whatnot, lesson before like I actually like go by myself at some point. Find out that there's no lessons available until Friday, the day after I left. So literally 2 days ago,
Mm-hmm.
they were offering it, and I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work. Cause I'm not trying to stay.
Yeah.
It was for that place was more pricey than the other place I went to.
Okay.
And see.
It was almost like 200 something
Oh wow.
or less, and I was like, ooh, no, thank you.
Yeah, that's always the thing that's deterred me from like doing snowboarding stuff is just the money, the cash moolah, baby.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. But like, if you buy your own stuff, you're honestly sad. You don't really have to spend anything else.
Yeah.
Compared to like if you're younger and you're starting out snowboarding, you have to like buy new boards, new shoes, new bindings, everything,
Mm-hmm.
like
I'll take
every
20
couple
skateboards.
years.
Yeah.
So it's like just buying it all now. It's actually, in my opinion, is better. Oh snap! Sorry, Destiny stuff just happened.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. No, bro, Drifter and Erish just sucked a major face right now.
All together.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay.
And Dudestiny.
And Dudestiny. Um. But yes, I went to go check the other mountain that was like close, but like a couple minutes more of driving, which just a couple of minutes, something crazy.
Mm.
Um, they were offering lessons on Wednesday, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, like let's go. It was like one 120 or something like that, and then you have to buy the lift pass, which realistically I didn't have to buy it because I never went on the lift, but
Mm.
depending on like your skill level, they require you to obviously get the lift pass, so that way you could do.
The specific like area for your skill.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. But since I'm like level 1, it was like scaled 1 through 10. Like
Mm.
1 being like super noob, like you barely know how to
Like you just
like
got the
ride the board.
snowboard. You
Yeah,
just got the okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then 10 being
Your snowboard is made out of deer skin.
sure,
Yeah.
sure,
Yep. Yep.
whatever floats your boat, man.
Yep. And you're doing the gnar with Shaun White. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
On the pow pow.
First of all, if you don't fucking ever like if you ever meet Shaun White and do cocaine with him and you don't tell me, that's a disservice you're doing
Wait,
to your friends.
whoa. That just came out of fucking
Is that like
left
a general
field. What
thing
the
for all of
fuck?
us, or is that like
Yeah,
for
if any of
Wesley?
you ever meet Shaun White and get to do cocaine with him, definitely hit me up so I can go do cocaine with Shaun White too.
All right, I'll let Shaun know.
I mean, if I meet
He
him, I'm
just said
not
I'll
gonna.
let Shaun know, bro. That's crazy.
Jeez,
I'll
guys
let
are first name basis. Damn.
I'll let White Dog know.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So yeah, snowboarding.
Yeah, so I ended up going. It I got there late because since no cellular signal, and like once I left the like my little cabin
Mm,
area, the Wi-Fi just cuts out, and I'm like, shit.
that's unfortunate.
Um, yeah. And I was like, shit, I should have put the GPS, but I was already in my car. Like like going back, it's just gonna be a while. I was like, whatever. So I'm like, I remember the sign to where the mountain is like later up the road. So let me follow the sign. Hopefully there's more signs telling me where to go. It was just that one sign until you got closer to the mountain, and I'm like, great, there's no service at all. So I ended up having to drive back to the lodge to use the Wi-Fi. That took like 3 minutes to fully connect to my phone, by the way. Like 3 minutes, and I was like, great. My
Literally
lesson was
just in
at
a white person horror movie, bro.
not yeah. So like my lesson was at 10. I end up um like fully getting like the directions and whatnot by like 9:40 something, like 9:42 or whatever. And the drive was no, not 9, for like 9:30 something. And the drive was like 15, about like 15, 16 minutes. And I was like, shit, I'm gonna get there at 9 to like 55. And mind you, I still have to put my like my shoes on, my snowboarding shoes on, and like I have to get like everything essentially on before I go. So I get there, it's like 9:50, 9:56, and I'm like, shit, I don't know where this building is. I don't know where I'm supposed to go for my lesson. So I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna be super late. So I'm like, okay, cool. I put my shoes on, I put my jacket on, I get my board and everything. I start walking to like the main buildings, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I see the sign, like lessons this way, and I'm like, all right, dope, let's go. I get to the counter, it's 10:05, and I'm like, shit. I hope they still let me go. So I go up, Q Chick's working the counter, and I'm like, oh shit, even worse. I'm like, hi, I have a lesson for at 10. I know I'm like super late. I'm sorry. And then they're like, okay, like what's your name? Let's get you through and whatnot. And like from her talking, I could just like figure out that they're gonna rush, like they're rushing me through all of this just to get me out.
Mm-hmm.
And we go, no, I go, and then she's like, "Oh, do you have like everything? You have like everything on you that you need?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I have my board, my shoes are on, and everything's like good. I'm all set." And then again, she's like, you have like you have everything, right? You're all ready to go, like right now, right now." And I'm like, "Yeah, like I just need to know where to go, and that's it." And she's like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like here, take this, go out these doors, and go up this little hill, and they're right there." And I'm like, "Okay, cool."
And then.
So we end up going, or I end up going. And then probably like this fucking guy came super late, way past time and whatnot, just talking mad shit after I left, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Most likely.
Uh, well, obviously, like, why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. But
So I go, I meet, huh?
no, go ahead. Sorry.
So I go, I meet the dude, like the teacher guy, and we're in this like little group of four. It's the teacher, three other people, and then me. So I guess we call it five overall. Um, one of the people that were there, he knew how to snowboard, but not like well enough to be like on his own. He could be on his own. It wasn't the greatest, but he's still better than the majority of us, right?
Mm.
And then there's me, which I have like some knowledge, but I'm not good. I like writing. And then there was this one kid, no idea what he was doing. Like couldn't put his bindings on without someone doing it for him.
Mm.
Which at this point I could have already like figured out that gets everything done for him
Okay.
if he can't put on his bindings by himself.
Mm-hmm.
So we go, we start. He teaches us the like how to essentially just like glide with one foot strapped to the board, and then like you're just pushing off with your non-dominant foot. It feels fucking weird as shit. Because you have one foot strapped to the board, you're using your other foot to essentially push you sideways, and you're like, I'm gonna fall if I keep doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So we ended up doing that for a little bit. We ended up learning how to glide, which is literally just riding your board with one foot in the binding, one foot off. Not that bad.
Okay.
It gets tricky because the board wants to move once you lift your back foot off, like your pushing foot.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta like obviously put your foot on the board before you start sliding, so you're not going face first into the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Then he ended up teaching us how to do like the basic turns and whatnot. That he was like, you can't have your board flat on the snow because then you're gonna fall if you do. Which makes sense after watching some like snowboarding videos. Like no one had, like everyone I saw like didn't have the board like flat. It was always like on one side, depending on which way you go, towards toe side or heel side.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh shit, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Pretty cool though. I ended up falling.
Yeah.
First time I fell, I fucked up my wrist because I landed terribly. Like I essentially caught like all my weight on my wrist, so that completely fucked it up. Yep.
That's not a good feeling.
Nope.
Mm.
And then just the slightest pressure, I was like, yep, my wrist is fucked for today.
And you're like,
Great.
I'm suing everyone.
I mean, they make you sign a waiver before
Yeah,
you
yeah.
when you do a lesson, obviously. But for some reason, I had some weird like pinched nerve in my foot.
Ooh.
Yeah, while I was going, which was not fun.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of like dampened the experience in the moment a little bit.
Yeah. You had a pinched nerve and you almost broke your wrist.
Yeah, it was like a light sprain.
Yeah.
It didn't end up raining, sadly, after the lesson finished, which I didn't realize until I was going like down the hill.
Mm-hmm.
I was going a lot faster than I normally did, and I was like, oh well, shit. Okay, the rain's here. Time for me to leave.
Foolish.
Yeah.
I thought when you said that, like, when you came in late and they were like asking you like, oh, like, are you sure you have everything? You're like, yes, and then like they had to ask you again. I thought you were gonna say something like, oh, but in actuality, I forgot my pants. And then yeah.
Funny enough, I
But
did forget my
mhm.
my gloves back at the lodge.
The most important
Yeah,
bit.
because when I went out, the guy was like, "Oh, do you have your gloves?" I'm like, "No, I forgot them at the lodge." Like, he's like, "Aren't your hands gonna get cold?" I'm like, "No, I'll be fine," because I had the like my jacket is one of the ones that has the
Does it have like mittens built in?
little. No, it's like, you know that thing where there's like a hole in the sleeve, you just put your thumb through, and like
Oh,
it covers like half your hand.
yeah, but I mean, it's not fuck it.
I mean, it's not the same, yeah.
Yeah,
To be fair, it wasn't even that cold. I was like
Mhm.
38.
Yeah, it's not cold.
No, and then plus being like,
But who knows, Wesley? Maybe the glove could have cushioned your hand from hurting your wrist.
I doubt it.
I don't. I don't doubt it.
I doubt it. How would
We
you know?
will
Have
we
you
will
gone
never
snowboarding?
know. This is Schrodinger's glove, Wesley glove. We'll never know.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I was really hoping you'd come out and say that, like, and then I forgot my pants. And then
Now I
everybody,
was wearing my pants.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
How do you know I was wearing my pants?
Oh, here we go.
Were you watching me?
Schrodinger's pants. Here we go.
But no, yeah, I did end up wearing pants, obviously. But yeah,
Yeah.
that
Well,
was fun. Then I got food afterwards.
what?
Had some breakfast for dinner.
Ah, damn. I know how you feel. I had some
Dude,
breakfast for dinner.
it was actually really good, even though it was like a little cold because um it's like 10 minutes away from the lodge.
Mhm.
I didn't mind it though, but dude, it was so good.
Yeah. I made waffles, bacon, home fries, and scrambled eggs.
Oh my god, it's like essentially what I got,
Yeah.
except I had pancakes.
You son of a bitch.
It was kind of like the Japanese fluffy pancakes.
Oh, the big fluffy, airy pancakes.
Yes, like I said, like the big fluffy ones. Yes,
Yes, those ones.
yes,
The Japanese
yes,
ones.
yes,
Okay.
exactly. I mean, even though they were cold, it was still pretty fucking good.
Mm, yeah. Oh no, I can't do cold pancakes or waffles. I need them to be not like steaming hot, but at least warm.
I mean, I didn't really have a choice. There was no like microwave or anything
I had no
in the place I
choice.
was at because it's literally just a bed and a bathroom and that's it. And you
Gotcha.
have like the TV and like a mini fridge.
Okay. I had
But
no
yeah, there was like
choice.
literally, yeah, there was nothing to like heat up food or anything. So it's like whatever I got, I had to eat it as is.
Not even a microwave?
Nope.
Damn. Damn.
So I was like, yeah, whatever.
Mm.
I'll just make do with what
I
what I
get.
got.
I guess it's just me and you, cold pancake.
Yeah, cold pancake, sausage, bacon.
You hugging the pancake.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
So I'm glad that you had fun. I'm glad that you didn't get too hurt.
No.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
doing the sick gnar shredding, but we know
Word.
this.
I did end up finding out. So I don't know if you know, I'm like a whole like mozzarella like aficionado, if you will, right?
Like the
So
cheese?
like, yeah, no, like the mozzarella sticks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We
sorry, I didn't finish it.
okay.
Um, Anywhere that sells mozzarella sticks, I always have to have them. I always have to get them and like rate them.
Mhm.
Um, these I got some from like this pizzeria that's close by, probably like 3 minutes away
Mhm.
from where I was staying. there were some pretty good fucking mozzarella sticks for some homemade ones.
I don't think I ever came across a bad mozzarella stick. It would have to be really bad for me to be even like.
I've definitely come across a few bad ones.
I would assume you gabagool.
I
Derogatory.
could get you some bad mozzarella sticks and I'll give them to you and you will understand that these are terrible.
I don't want to deliberately find bad mozzarella sticks, but it's just like anytime I come to, some kind of like restaurant, I'm like, oh, mozzarella sticks.
Like the Burger King ones are terrible.
Oh, I love those ones.
Oh no.
Well, you're
Those
talking
aren't bad.
you're talking to somebody that like grew up in Burger King, so I have a bias.
No, totally. I mean, like, I think most of Burger King's food is top notch. Or the word top notch is not the right word to be using there, but
it's edible. Yes, it's edible.
It's very good.
Yeah.
But I would say those mozzarella sticks. It's just, do you remember when they did tacos?
Yes.
Fucking
No.
terrible.
Yeah, I remember that period. Because I was there when they were doing tacos. I was working there.
I tried that shit and was like,
yeah.
So never again on this one.
Yeah, they were trying like weird shit at that point where it's just like, yeah, Jack in the Box has tacos. Might as well try
they
to
did
do
hot dogs at one point, didn't they?
Yes, and the hot dogs were actually pretty good.
I never tried them.
Because it's all like on the broiler. And it's all cooked with the grease of the burgers. Hot dog burger grease.
Hot dog burger.
Yeah, Burger King's were, but no, I can kind of get it because like you would have to get those mozzarella sticks from Burger King like straight out of the fryer. Like if they're cold, like the cheese is not good. There's no pull. There's nothing. It's just you're just eating a breaded mozzarella stick.
And that's how they come almost every time.
Yeah,
I've tried twice now, and I was like, oh, 2 times is enough times.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Because I tend to do that as well, where it's just like I get them, but I'm like I have to reheat these.
I never really thought to reheat them. I'm not a big reheater. If something I get isn't heated, it's probably just not heated.
I was about to say, are you a big leftover guy, or are you not really a big leftovers?
Not really.
Okay.
It depends on what it is. If it's something I really care about, then sure. But
yeah, there's certain things that you can't really like reheat, where it's just like it doesn't taste the same. I feel like that way with like some vegetables, where like specifically like broccoli. Broccoli is like
vegetable?
I know, but it's like it's kind of tough with like broccoli. Broccoli is like you kind of have to like eat it like right away. Because then it gets mushy, and I don't really like something that's supposed to be crunchy that gets mushy.
Anyways, I'm glad you had fun on your trip, man.
Yeah, mozzarella stick.
Bird came in second place for mozzarella sticks.
Okay, that's a good rating.
Yeah,
that's a good rating for mozzarella sticks. I tend to like those like fat ones, the fat mozzarella sticks.
Those were the fat ones. Oh my god, yes, like the thicker ones.
I like mozzarella sticks.
So
Who doesn't like fucking fried cheese? I would assume lactose not lactose intolerant people, but even then I feel like they would be like, just give me one and then I'll shit my brains out later. Yeah, that shit's good.
I mean, I kind of have like a slight lactose intolerance.
Like
if it's too much cheese or like dairy, then yeah, it's not good.
Well, there is that thing where I saw that apparently humans are technically lactose intolerant in general, because we were not made to consume bovine milk, but we just do because that's how civilization has just come to. But
you're saying I should milk myself and drink it instead of milking a different animal.
No, stop it.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop it.
That's what I'm saying. Wellesley says no, but that's what I'm saying.
Enter the Kobe meme. Stop it. Get some help.
Get some help. Oh no, it's
Michael Jordan. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know.
I'm just thinking of basketball. I'm just thinking about Meet the Fockers. But Meet the Parents or Meet the Fockers, where it's like, I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of where I was coming from.
Yeah, I get you. But yeah, do it live on stream. Milking stream. Um,
That just isn't what we should be talking
about milking
Yeah,
yourself. Do it.
Milking stream.
Milking stream. It's
So
better.
anyways,
It's better than ASMR stream.
ASMR milking stream.
ASMR
Aw,
stream.
I mean, not wrong, but also no.
Mm. Mm.
It's not that.
Wesley isn't woke enough to love milking?
Yeah,
Question mark.
not woke. Hashtag Wesley not woke. Hashtag Wesley
So on-
sleep.
So why don't you do it on stream then?
I will. You'll see me in an hour.
All right, cool.
Stream
Nice.
milking.
See you in an hour. I'll be
I'll
there.
I will not be square because I'll be there.
All right, Wesley. Besides mozzarella rankings and pow pow gnar, anything else?
Nah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Howler,
What's up?
what you got for us? It's been a whole ass month.
Not longer.
A little bit, month and change, almost 2 months.
Did I talk about the accountant last time?
With Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck, baby, and my boy Punisher, John Barenthal.
Oh, you didn't talk about the second one, no. I think you talked about the first one.
It's the first one. John Barenthal's in the first one.
Really? How do I
Yeah.
not remember this?
He's his brother from another.
I thought that was a thing that just.
Mother.
I thought they set up like that in the second one, where it's like John Barenthal's here now. He was technically the accountant's brother, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know they were brothers.
He was in the first one, so like, they just do the whole opening where they're like, "This kid is mentally challenged. He'll never be normal." And the dad was like, "I'm not gonna take that. He's not gonna be somebody who can't work in society, not work, but like just be normal in society."
Yeah.
So like, I wholeheartedly, because he's a military man, the dad, and I was like, oh, so this dad's gonna be like a shitty ass dad and just like beat the shit out of him until he's a better like. He's gonna beat the stupid out of him, basically, is what I was thinking. Like, because he's a special kid. Which he's, I think he's autistic.
Yeah, he has autism.
So I thought they were gonna be, he was gonna be like, oh, because like those old movies tend to be like, I'll just beat the autism out of my kid, basically. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I guess this is what's gonna happen. And then like what ends up happening next is the mother, and again, like it's like it's kind of like a throw they do for you, where or switcheroo, where it's like the mother's really caring in the beginning, and the dad seems annoyed. And they go through like this thing where they take him to a special facility to see if he can like live there and like become like a normal like human, like working society type shit.
A normal human.
Well, I mean, like he's severe. Like he's not talking. There's a bunch of shit going on. He's, you know, they're trying to like figure out what they can do. And the dad's like, I'm not leaving my kid with a stranger. Like that's not happening. So then like the next scene is the mother leaving the kids and the family. And I was like, oh shit. So she's the one that can't handle it. Got it. And then like you see the son like throwing a tantrum in the back because he doesn't understand what's going on. Plus like there's change happening and all this stuff. So he's like breaking shit and like yelling. And the next part of the scene you see is like the father scoops up the son and is just like holding him and loving him. And I was like, again, like that is gonna beat him. And then like, nope, he's just like, I love you, man. Don't worry, it's gonna be okay. And I was like, holy shit, all right, cool. Like this is gonna be dope. And then the other son, because he has a brother, gives the middle finger to the mother while she's leaving. And I was like, haha, that's so funny. I don't know, I love that shit. It always makes me laugh. So she leaves, and then like the montage from there is like the kids. What do they do? They the dad takes him to do like training, like martial art training with some monk guy, which like it's never explained. They just do it. It's not like the dad was like, oh, I'm a special ops. I know all these people. It's just a montage of, so now you know, like the sons are trained in martial arts, and somehow down the road, like I guess they both like went through military training or something. And then you find out the accountant dude, the one that's the autistic child, he goes into accounting, which like makes sense technically because they're usually smart about some type of shit. They like hyperfixation on one thing.
Yeah.
And then he gets really smart in accounting and shit and becomes like the best accountant in the world. And like he's working for like Saudi Arabia, fucking Morocco, fucking Japan, Russia, like all these people. And like the Americans are like, we gotta find this guy. He can't be doing all this. And then they try to find him, and then he gets found, and then he meets his brother because his brother's trying to kill him for some guy he worked for. And then they like end up in a house where they're trying like the accountant guy Ben Affleck is trying to kill the guy in the house that he works for because the other guy's trying to kill him, and he's like, well, if I don't kill him, he's gonna kill me, so I'm gonna go kill him. And then it becomes like a 1v1 with the brothers, and then John Barenthal's like, I don't know Ben Affleck's name, but he's like, Ben? And he's like, uh-huh. And then they like have a moment, and then they basically kill that guy together, and then they leave. And he's like, you killed all my guys. I can't believe you took my job away from me, basically. Because he killed all John Barenthal's guys. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a good movie. It's good, but it's bad.
Oh, so it's like a good bad.
I don't know how. It's a good bad movie.
Is it
because,
like is it like Live Free and Die Hard? No, A Good Day to Die Hard.
No. So you know how Forrest Gump is good?
Oh god, making that comparison.
Because Tom Hanks plays like a great retarded person.
Come on, man. Mentally handicapped. All right.
Okay, so you know how he plays that really well?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Check your privilege, bro.
My privilege?
Yeah, that's right.
So anyways, he plays Forrest Gump very well.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's it called? I'm trying to think. What's the other guy? Oh, the dude. Fuck, what is his name?
Dan?
Not Lieutenant Dan. No. I'm thinking of
Bubba.
Tropic Thunder when he plays.
Oh.
But please don't hit me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember his name.
Ben Stiller, but I don't remember the character's name in the movie.
Simple Jack.
Like he's Simple Jack. That's what it was. So to me, what the accountant is a mix between Forrest Gump and Simple Jack, bro. Like he just plays it kind of like poorly. I feel like.
Okay, I know what you're talking about because this has been a problem with a lot of movies that try to depict autism. Is the fact that like autism is a fucking superpower for some reason.
Yeah. Which is like it honestly feels like that. If I'm being very real, like
in some cases,
I don't think like I don't think they become like.
Yes.
But that's why it's a spectrum.
I don't think they become like a super like vigilante type person. But like when I'm talking about like accounting and stuff, again, like that's the hyperfixation part or whatever the fuck the word is, where they learn really well one thing, and it's like
that's it.
I mean, it's like you know, that is kind of a fucking superpower because like how hard is it for some of us to fucking learn one thing? You know, especially sometimes like the one thing we like love learning about, it's still hard to learn about, you know?
Yeah.
So to me, like that's kind of true. That is like kind of a superpower, but like the excessiveness of like he also became the top Marine, you know, or whatever the fuck special ops. It's the same thing. And then like I'm sure you're talking about kind of like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Like Forrest is like good at everything he did, you know? That's just not realistic. Anyways. Pretty good movie.
I don't like. I'm genuinely trying to think. Like, even in the first movie, I don't know if they even mentioned John Barenthal.
He's in it. That's when they fight. They fight in it.
In the
first, at the end, he's like, "You never talk to me," and then he goes, "Like, we'll go meet up after this." And then the second movie, he shows up and he goes,
was that
"We
like
never met up?"
Is that like the end of the first movie?
Yeah, they say, well, they said, let's go get something, like meet up here, or whatever, get something to eat like later or whatever. And then they never meet up. The second movie starts up, and he goes,
His name is Brax.
yeah,
Oh wow. Okay. Dude, I genuinely, it's been a while since I've watched the first movie, so yeah, I guess, yeah. Dude, I guess.
yeah, that's a cool movie. Then I've been watching Gabagool again.
Yeah, he woke up this morning, got some gabagool.
Yeah, pretty good show.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember what else I've
I
watched,
was
man.
about to say, what season are you on?
I refinished it. I'm going back through it again.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
It's just on repeat. It's the comfort show. So
I
that's all I'm
know.
doing is
This guy coming out here being
going
like,
through it over and over again.
I don't want to talk about Game of Thrones, but you know what? I'm going to watch Gabagool for the 8th time. Woke up this morning.
I watched Arrival again because I love watching Arrival.
Oh, yes. Denis Villeneuve. Mm-hmm.
I'll be watching that until I die. I played The Last of Us remastered. 2 remastered.
Oh, okay.
I haven't beaten it. Where did I make it to? Oh, they killed Joel.
Spoilers!
Spoilers!
Oh my god, this fucking guy. Knock my mic out.
So they killed Joel.
Mhm.
That's where I'm at. And I stopped there. Which, like, while I was streaming, no flex or anything, but somebody dropped me a galaxy while Joel was dying.
Oh yeah, that's a TikTok thing. I forgot.
Yeah, it's a TikTok thing.
Yeah.
Which
Ice
was
cream, so
cool.
yum. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Thanks to
remember.
the hot dogs.
Num 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 num. Ice cream, so yum.
Shit.
Stop it.
Oh, what was the other game? There were a couple of games I played. Stop. I forgot the names of all these games.
Play League of
I
Legends.
think I told you I played Resident Evil 8.
Village.
Huh?
Village.
Village, yeah.
Yeah.
I
I hate it.
probably a quarter of the way through. You hate it?
No. I thought you were gonna say I hate it. Thought that was gonna be your sentence.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a fan so far.
Yep. See, I called it.
Like the daughters are hot. The
Tall lady is hot.
I don't know. If
Vampire
tall
lady.
lady's hot.
Yeah, tall lady's hot.
It's like that's all cool because like that's all known.
She doesn't need to be that hot though. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, her one daughter is way hotter. But she turns into bees, and that's a problem for me.
Oh, you mean all the 3 daughters?
But there's only one that's like really hot.
I mean, they are triplets, just with different hair colors.
Yeah, but one of them looks way better.
All right.
The blonde one.
Sure.
It probably is the blonde one.
Probably the blonde.
Yeah.
Probably the
See,
blonde.
Wesley knows, dude. So yeah, I don't know what it is. To me, it feels like the game's not as good looking as Resident Evil 7 for some reason, and I don't know how to explain that. Like, it doesn't look as polished. I don't know. I am playing on PC, so I don't know if that's like a difference maker.
I don't know. I mean, well, no, did I play it? I'm trying to remember if I played it with the DRM shit that was happening, where it was like fucking up a lot of shit. No, wait, I don't remember. I think the thing is that like the fidelity for the RE engine is way too much, where I think they probably had to do some downgrading possibly, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I would have to go back into that game specifically. Because
so
like,
I'm gonna beat it at some point to like really finish and like see what it's all about. Because so far I understand there's werewolves.
Yeah.
And they're vampires. So that's what I'm going through right now.
Yeah, the whole thing is that like it's all like a fairy tale kind of experience.
Gotcha.
Have
So
you?
I actually am more excited for 9 now because I'm hoping that it doesn't feel like that bullshit. Because 7 to me was really bringing it back to like good old fashioned horror, and then 8 feels more like a mix between 5 and like
So yes, I do agree with you with that,
7.
and there was a detriment when 8 came out where the director was like, oh yeah, we're gonna go back to more of an actiony kind of like feel with Resident Evil, where a lot of people were kind of sad about that with 8's release, where it's just like it doesn't feel like a horror game. The only horror game section it feels like is one particular section within the game that feels like a horror game, and then the rest of it is just shoot werewolves and hot ladies.
Yeah.
Um, have you been like looking at the lore stuff of like Resident Evil 8? Like picking
You
up
mean, like,
notes?
reading?
Yeah, reading.
Yeah.
Okay. I think some of the lore stuff
Not
is
every
pretty
single
cool.
thing, but yeah.
Okay, some of the lore stuff is pretty interesting, like specifically for the Dimitrescu family, where it's like, yeah, they're vampires, but there's actually a thing as to why they're vampires.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I should probably read more of it.
It's good. It's I like 8, but I have a I have a bias towards Resident Evil. Like the only one I don't like is 6. 6 I don't like. I think Operation Raccoon City was not that good either. But there's some other Resident Evil games I haven't played, but I genuinely don't like 6.
Okay.
Yeah. Um I don't know. Like this is a weird one too because of the fact that 8 and 7 and 8 don't really have anything to do with 9, to be quite honest.
Right. Because it's Leon again.
Yeah, so technically you would have to do like remake, 4 remake and 2 remake as part of like the catching up for like 9, but because 4 remake is awesome. I love that remake. That remake's so fucking good. And 2 remake is also a fantastic game. Cuz yeah, last what was it? I think before the year was out, I did like S rank for both 2 remake and 3 remake. And that was a good time. So yeah, but I would have to see what you're talking about, like the whole thing with like why the game looks weird in your perspective.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not enough goo, not enough bio slime. Got anything else?
Yeah. What's it called? What is this called? Uh, I played Abyssus. You heard of this or no? It's like the shooter, first person shooter.
Oh, I think I saw that. It's like a team shooter thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can play co-op, but you can also just do solo, and you have to fight bosses. So it's like a shitty version of Returnal with Hades mechanics, where you get like
Oh,
a
it's a
pop-up
roguelike.
that's like pick the thing you want to do. Yeah. Um, Fuck, that game sucks, man. Not good. Don't buy it unless they fucking update it heavily and polish that shit more.
What makes it bad?
Um, I don't think there's enough like choice in what to do, like how many upgrades you can pick, and uh the rooms are just squares that you go through,
Mm.
and each square feels just similar, like as it feels the same as the last one. Run in a circle, shoot, shoot, shoot. Run in a circle, shoot, shoot, shoot. And I know that's like, well, Anthony, that's most shooter games. There's ways to make it feel more unique, you know? It
Yeah.
just doesn't feel unique, so um it feels very generic, it feels really rushed. I think it might still be in beta, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
Okay, I was about to ask
Um
if it's still in early access.
but I mean, I can click on it and check. But if it is, then hopefully they fix it. If not, then terrible. Let me check the store page real quick. No, it's not in early access.
Hmm.
Anyways, I wouldn't recommend buying it. And then John Carpenter comes out soon. Toxic Commando. What is this? I think it's March.
I've been
Yeah,
hearing
March 12th.
I've been hearing a little mixed things about like the early gameplay stuff, but
Yeah,
I don't
per usual.
Yeah.
And
know.
then I've been playing Outlast Trials with a friend. I didn't want to play this game, but he wanted all of us to play it, so he bought us the game. And then
And now
I
it's your favorite
played
game.
Outlast. Huh?
And now it's your favorite game of all time.
No.
Okay.
And I played the first game, Outlast, which was good. And I thought it was going to be the same thing as Outlast, but it's not. It's basically Dead by Daylight Outlast version.
Yeah, so that's I've been seeing is that like you do have the opportunity to like, I guess like fight back kind of, with trials. But yeah, the first Outlast, even the second one, were more like just hide.
Yeah, it was like a narrative-driven game.
Yeah. Did you play the little DLC, the Whistleblower?
No,
Okay.
I only played Outlast 1, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, Outlast is a weird one. The first game is obviously clearly like acclaimed to be like one of the scariest things that come out like in a while. The Whistleblower was actually pretty alright as well. The second one gets fucking weird. Gets really fucking weird.
I bought Achilles, Legends Untold, because I was playing Diablo 2, and I beat I made it really far with the Warlock, and I was like, oh, I want to like play more Diablo style games. Let's see, like this looks really cool. Like it looks like it has a lot of customization as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think I played 20 minutes of this game, and it feels fucking terrible the way that everything controls. And I hate their accents. So I refunded it. I don't think that's a good game.
Achilles.
I think it actually has positive reviews, though. No, it has mixed recent reviews and mostly positive all-time reviews.
Achilles Legends Untold.
Yeah. It was cheap, so like I was like, yeah, I should try this out. I did play Helldivers recently too, just to like
I gotta do that.
and play and see it. It's okay. It's not. I still don't really love it anymore. I think I just burnt myself out from when I played it in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then I started playing Returnal because I bought it for a friend for Christmas, and I really wanted to play with him. So like we did like a match together, and like after that, like the next day, I was like, I should really fucking play this game. I just started fucking like running it again. I love Returnal, man. It's one of the best in its like series. I don't know how other people haven't copied this already and just made another one. Which I mean, like I know Cirrus is coming, but like I mean, like how other companies haven't been like, oh, this is really good. We should just do this.
Yeah, I don't think there has been like a Returnal clone technically. I mean, there are roguelikes, but it's just like not to the extent of like Returnal.
Yeah. I have been playing a lot of Diablo 2.
I've been seeing that. Every time I wake up, I'm like, you know what? It's 3 a.m. Let me just scroll on TikTok. What do you mean he's still awake?
Sorry, bud. Had to grind out the. Well, now I'm grinding the ladder, so you'll probably see me at 3 again.
Catch me at 3 o'clock.
The Warlock was pretty fun. He feels really easy to level up. And that's because he's super strong right now, and people keep saying they're gonna probably nerf him. So I mean, I don't really care if they do nerf him. I don't care if they don't nerf him. I think he's fine. He's fun.
Mhm.
And that's kind of part of the fun of the A class is like the Diablo community seems to be like, and it might be half and half, but what I've seen lately is like, oh, this Warlock is too strong. Why would we have such a strong champion? And then you see other people go, hey, asshole, like, you remember that, like, the warlock, the paladin, the barbarian, the assassin, the druid, the Amazon, any of these classes that you get to level fucking 80 and you have the right gear on, it plays the same fucking way. So
Mhm.
what do you mean like it's too overpowered? Every character hits overpowered at some point. And I was like, it's true. Like that's the whole point of the game is to hit a power fantasy and then go and fucking um fight the Uber Bale and Uber Diablo and Uber Mephisto and fucking get them to drop even better loot. And then you fucking take that and trade it to somebody. And like the whole fucking cycle of the game is to like be like, hey, look, my number's higher than yours. Like that's it.
Yeah.
So it's just I hearing people complain about it, I'm just like, come on, man. It's fucking it's fine, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. God. But are you having fun though?
Yeah, I'm on the new ladder, and I've never played a pally to this extent before.
Mhm.
So like back in the day when I would play, my brother, do you know what rune words are in this game or no?
Give me a refresher.
So like a rune word is like you take multiples of the runes, like you know the runes that drop.
Yeah, yeah.
So you would take like I don't know, like an ist, a maul, and like a jaw, and put them into like a plate, and it would make a three-socketed plate or something, and it would make like enigma or something. That's not the right runes, but that's what you would do. And the enigma would like so those runes that went into that chest plate now makes a whole different chest plate.
Mm.
Turns it into this thing where like so let like the enigma everybody wants endgame because what's the best way to move around in Diablo? Teleporting.
Yeah.
Okay. Who can teleport? Only the sorceress. Okay, cool. So how do we do that with another character? You get the Enigma. The Enigma gives you teleport on your character. And on top of that, it gives you like +1 or 2 to your skills. Like the plate is like insanely like good for your character to get like more overpowered.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
like there's another thing called insight that you can make for your mercenary, which is a 4-socketed pole arm, and you put the runes into that, and then it allows your mercenary to give you a buff to mana, so like you pretty much never run out of mana. It gives you like a buff to like stamina, stuff like that. So like I was saying, like I've never played the paladin to this extent before. I have him like level 55. He has like a ton of rune words on him, and I am running like basically how fast somebody can teleport. I'm running that fast as the character, which is like insane because I didn't know you could run that fast, and I never lose stamina, which is fucking dope. So, um,
Yeah,
but
I
I just beat
uh-huh.
normal mode. I'm in I'm at Diablo right now, and then I'm gonna go to hell mode and start working on that mode too to start looking for like the end gear that I've never done before.
Okay. Man, I really gotta like go back and play some more Diablo 2 because I after I finished playing, I remember I was like, okay, I'm done because I feel like I played a lot, and then
Yeah.
it's just like there are obviously the other classes that I do want to like futz around with. Like what was it? I think it was like oh god, what is the
Necromancer?
yes, I remember I wanted to play as a necromancer, but I was just like, let me try something different. So I went with the assassin for my first run, and I was like, okay, the assassin's pretty all right. But then I was just like, I kind of miss my necromancer,
Mm,
just because I have good memories of playing it with 3, even though you don't like
mm,
3, but I enjoyed my time with 3.
mm.
And you know, with 4, that's also the other thing is just like, shit, I always forget that I have 4. I have to fucking finish 4. I even had the fucking the vessel of hatred shit where it's just like I need to finish 4 at some point. I'm at a point where I'm also thinking like maybe I should just like restart just so I get the story again and like try to
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, because it's been so long. But you know, yeah, I think just to add mention is like I know the warlock got like introduced and did they add like another story thing to 2?
Mm-mm.
No, so it's just the new character and that's it.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. So I'll probably check out the Warlock. Is it worth what is it like $30?
Yeah, it's 25.
You're 25. Okay.
So to somebody that's going to replay the game a lot, yes. If you're
Okay.
only going to go play it one time, it's up to you. That's your decision whether or not that's worth it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's a fine character.
Mhm.
If I was just going to play him one time through, probably wouldn't buy it because it
Okay.
doesn't add any story, like you were saying. But apparently, the peak players on Diablo 2, when the Warlock came out and like into this week and stuff, has been higher than Diablo 4. So people are thinking that they're going to be dropping more content for Diablo 2 Resurrected now.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Isn't
Mhm.
there a thing that's supposed to come out for 4?
Mhm.
I
They have an
forget-
expansion coming.
Yeah.
That'll pull people back to Diablo 4.
Yeah.
The expansion will pull people. Currently, the Paladin is in there if you buy the expansion, so you can play the Paladin early. And then the Warlock is also coming to Diablo 4.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I'm probably just gonna restart Diablo 4.
Mhm.
Man, I should really finish that book series. I should really finish the fucking Sin War shit.
Yeah.
I liked
love
that
this
first
more,
book.
bro.
I liked that first book. It was good. I did enjoy it. I like
My
the
headset's dying.
oh damn. Don't die. Don't die on us. Bro.
It's I'm gonna have to charge it.
Damn, bro.
But anyways, that's pretty much it for me. I don't
Ow.
know. I love Diablo. And movies are cool and TV shows are cool.
Yeah. The power of autism with Diablo. Diablotism.
Yeah,
Diablotism.
Diablism.
Diablotism.
Okay. I'm gonna let this charge, so I'll be here in spirit for a minute.
Okay. So time for Chonch talk.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Go,
Yep.
Jones, go. Go,
All
Jones,
right.
go.
All right. So, what time are we at?
7:13.
All right. I hope you guys have nowhere else to go.
All right, let's see a stopwatch. I love how this is the meme now. Just Trump talks for like 3 hours.
Hey man.
All right, ready
It's-
and start.
So it's been a month. My birthday passed, so I am now 29. But on my birth date, I watched Mission Impossible 8, baby. I watched it. It was good. I liked it. I liked it as the send off. But before I get into movies, I guess I also went on a trip, just like Wesley. And I had a good time. I guess just my time over there, I was playing on my Steam Deck and also reading, and also hanging out with the peeps over at the Airbnb that we were in. That was a good fun time. Went tubing, hit the gnar. I'm trying to think. What did I read? Oh, I did finish my Black AF history book. It's a very good book. I really recommend it. And then I started reading. Well, I was kind of in the middle of reading this other book called The Man in the High Castle. I finished that like a week ago. It's a very weird book. Even the ending is really fucking bizarre. But for the most part, it is pretty enjoyable. The only thing I was kind of like conflicted on is that literally the last couple chapters is where the book gets really fucking good. And then I feel like in some people's like perspective, they would probably view that ending as like dropping the ball. It's a weird one. It's a very, very weird one. And it's like the first book I've read by Philip K. Dick. So it's one of those things where I hear that like his other stuff is pretty good. So I'll probably be checking out his other stuff. But currently I'm finishing up one of the books that I started reading like last year called Into That Darkness. It's about like the extermination camp in Poland, Treblinka, and the people behind it, and like people's morality is as to like what was allowed during that period of the Holocaust, and even with people within Germany and Poland and other countries that the Nazis occupied. like what were their feelings and opinions on like the whole matter itself. That's also a very good book because it's very intricate. It's very detailed on the experiences of these former Nazi officers, and then like the author going to different places to see whether or not their story can be backed up. It's very fascinating, and it's crazy because it's like when she wrote this was like in 1979, like near like start of the early 80s. So a lot of these like Nazi officers were already like in their late 60s, early 70s. And she's just like, okay, I have to talk to these dudes that like are getting old and whether or not like they have, you know, good memory of certain things. And that's also the interesting part is that like she talks to some of these guys and they're like, no, that didn't happen like that. And then there are guys that are like, no, it happened like that. But I think I mentioned this to you guys, or Wesley in particular, is that like she talks to a survivor of one of the extermination camps, and the guy was like 14 years old when he was in the camp, and he gives his like whole backstory behind it, to the effect where the guy that she's mainly interviewing, he's in prison waiting for his trial, read about that guy talking about his experiences at the camp, and he was sad at the fact that the guy put him in such a bad light, because it's like, I didn't do anything to you. I didn't kill your dad. I didn't do anything like that. Like, that's how he felt. Even to the point where the guy who's in prison's wife was like, I didn't like the way he talked about my husband like that. it's like they're angry at the fact that a Holocaust survivor is giving his experience, and to the effect of that, yeah, this is the shit that I had to go through. And on top of that, the guy in prison, your husband was the guy who put me in this position. So it's crazy. It's insane when you think about it in that whole, you know, thing. But it's a very good book. I still have to get through like a couple more pages. Not even a couple more pages, a couple more chapters, because like it's, like I said, it's very, very detailed and very intricate. They even like do a thing where like some chapters explain like specific like death camps, and like basically the blueprint, the layout of like how it's done. Like, here's the train station, here are the camps, here's the walkway that goes to the gas chamber, here's a gas chamber, here's the fucking fire pit that they threw the bodies into. And it even talks about how like, yeah, the people around the town, like they couldn't, like the smell was so strong that everyone fucking left, because it's just like every single day you would smell the burning bodies. It was that awful. So yeah, it's a very, very good book in this, like I said, in the historical context. But you know, I can't fucking glaze over the fucking Holocaust. It's an awful event. It's a horrible, horrible tragedy. Even like explaining, even the author has to explain it, like the difference between concentration camp and extermination camp. Like, those are two different things, but one has a possible chance of survival. And it's like, it's bad. It's really bad. So yeah, as to reading, hey, I'm still like kind of in the middle of the Fishman Island arc for One Piece. What do you mean fishmen now do steroids? What do you mean? What do you mean that the steroids made this shark fishman even more powerful? Fishman Island. One Piece is good.
Yep. Told
Yeah.
you.
Yep.
No one believes me.
Steroids for fishmen. Yeah, it's
Fish.
yeah, it's also really funny, like getting the new set of villains and like their motivations and stuff like that. And yeah, it's pretty good. Even the power for Van Decken, I forget the name of the character, the guy with the multiple hands, who's like the descendant of the captain of the Flying Dutchman. Where his like gum ability is that like whatever he touches, it's able, if he throws something, it's able to like basically track back to them. If you remember that character. Okay. Yeah, One Piece is good. I still gotta finish the Fishman Island arc, just so I can like, you know, eventually play the fucking game. So there's that. So reading, that's kind of it right now. I know I've been talking about like I still got to finish Dune, specifically Dune, not Dune Messiah, Children of Dune. I have to finish that, but you know, I'm trying to finish one book and then eventually move on to a different book. As for movies and TV shows, I got really into Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which is the Game of Thrones show. That's based off of the short book from George R. R. Martin. That's a very good show. I really like it. The last episode is tonight, so I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, I like everything about it. It's funny because like a lot of people online have been talking about how like the show is like the feeling towards this show is very different compared to the actual like Game of Thrones plot of like House of the Dragon, which I feel like, yeah, because in House of the Dragon, no one is likable. There is not a single likable person in House of the Dragon. And it's just like, yeah, you can kind of feel it. And then you get to Night of the Seven Kingdoms and you're focused on one character and he's such a likable character. And then he meets other likable characters and it's just like, damn. House of the Dragons has some problems, but that's besides the point. So, like I was mentioning before, my birthday happened. I watched fucking Mission Impossible 8. I really enjoyed watching that movie. I think I liked the ending. I was seeing online that people didn't like the ending, but I liked it. But yeah. Let's see. What did I watch? So, I watched this mockumentary called Spinal Tap, and I watched its sequel. That's like a rock mockumentary. Because, and sad news, the director Rob Reiner died. So I was like curious about some of his work. So I watched Spinal Tap, which I hear is to be like it's one of like his best films, and it's very good. It's Spinal Tap is a very good movie, and the sequel I think is actually pretty well done. I was surprised because it's such a hilarious time skip where Spinal Tap 1 takes place, I think, in like the 80s. And these are like relatively like young actors about to hit like their middle age. And then you get Spinal Tap 2, which is like almost 30 years later. And these actors are old now. And it's just like, that's kind of the joke of the second movie is that like these guys are old, but they're doing like a reunion tour. And it's just like, it's just playing on the fact that like they're really old. And even then in real life, a lot of rock stars try to get back together for a reunion tour, even though they're so fucking old at this point. But it's good. Spinal Tap, I recommend. I also watched a Spanish movie called Time Crimes. That's a very good time travel movie. The premise I think is really interesting. I'm probably going to buy the movie physically at some point, but it stars an actor that I really liked from this other Spanish movie called The Dead Mother. And essentially the premise is this guy moved into his new house in like the forest with his wife, and he's in the backyard and something catches his eye. So he has a set of binoculars and he sees that like some weird movement is happening. There's also a girl in the forest, and then he goes to check it out. And then kind of from there is where things start to go incredibly crazy. It does a very good job of like kind of explaining like what it's trying to do, because spoilers, it's a time travel movie, but it's like, why is it called Time Crimes? And it's like, okay, you kind of get to like the ending where everything kind of like, you know, knits everything together like very, very like close. Pretty good. I watched David Cronenberg's A History of Violence. I didn't know that this is based off I think a graphic novel. It stars Viggo Mortensen. The premise for this is that Viggo Mortensen is he owns a diner in like a little small town. Some guys try to rob him. He kills both these guys, and then somebody from his past shows up, and he's like, I got to do something about this. So then you kind of get a little bit of a character dive into this character of like, what did he do before? Why are these people after him? You know, kind of a John Wickish kind of situation, but it's also very good. I like that movie. I think Viggo Mortensen is a very good actor. Then I watched Guillermo del Toro's The Devil's Backbone. Do you know? Did you ever watch Pan's Labyrinth, Wesley?
The Spanish movie, right?
Mhm.
I did, but I didn't understand it. When I was younger too, so I'm just like, eh.
I would recommend rewatching it. It's a very good movie. So the thing is that The Devil's Backbone is, I think, Guillermo del Toro's like second or third movie. Because I watched his technically I think his first like release, which is called Chronos. It's a very interesting like vampire movie. But I didn't really like it as much. I think The Devil's Backbone is a really fucking great like gothic tale. Where I think Guillermo del Toro talks about how this movie, The Devil's Backbone and Pan's Labyrinth, are kind of like sister movies, where like their themes and like some of the feeling of the movie are kind of similar. And I do agree with that, is that like the movie has this bit of like the feeling of melancholy and just like sadness overwhelming it, and it does a really good job of doing like this whole thing of like this sense of dread that like is just like overhanging everyone in this like orphanage. So the premise of this movie is that like you're following these people that work at an orphanage around the time that Spain was having its civil war. And there's this whole thing that's happening where one character that works at the orphanage wants to take all the money and knows that the lady who is the, what is it called, the head of the orphanage, has a safe, and inside the safe has some gold bars. So the guy wants to rob them and, you know, take the money. And then you come to find out that like the reason why this lady has the gold bars is because she's kind of funding the resistance against the fascist government that's going on during the war. And it kind of like dives into this whole thing where like everybody has their own little like secret and like their own skeleton in their closets. And but the main focus is that it's kind of a ghost story as well, because you follow this kid who just arrived at the orphanage, and his whole thing of like understanding that apparently another orphan died like a month ago, and everybody is like kind of like hush hush about it. And he starts to experience like visions of this one orphan ghost like talking to him, basically trying to warn him that like something bad is going to happen. And
Hey, John, hold on. You're not synced, by the way.
oh, I'm desyncing.
Yeah, your audio and video are off.
Is it me or is it you?
I don't know.
All right. Hello, it is me, Chonch. Can you? Am I synced?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So coming back to it, so the little kid is trying to warn this other little kid that shit is about to go down, bad shit's about to happen, and there's a really cool effect that goes on because you don't know how the ghost child died, but it's represented in a way that it's like, oh, the way he looks is the way that he died. And it does a really, really cool effect on the kid where it's like blood is like going upwards, like it's like going upwards in like kind of like a like liquidy kind of way, while also he's also having like reflections, like he's underneath the surface of water. And that's how you kind of find out that like, oh, he died somehow and water is involved with this. And then it's a very, very neat effect. It's a very good movie. I really, really like that movie. I thought that movie was like just like, damn, like this is the shit Guillermo del Toro like still like loves to put in his movie, of just like this like gothic feeling of like sadness. And it's really fucking good. I really recommend it. The Devil's Backbone. So then I watched a Japanese movie called The Eel. I was kind of disappointed with this movie. I was anticipating it to be a lot better than what it was. The opening of this movie is this guy this guy suspects his wife of cheating on him. Come to find out that she was. He murders her, spends like I think like almost a decade in prison, gets released, and tries to start a new life in like a small town as a barber. All the while like talking about this eel. And this eel, he has it like physically, like it is a pet that he had at the prison. And the eel obviously represents like a lot of like guilt, and you come to find out that like, you know, this guy has some problems and he's not really sociable with people even after out of prison. And something happens where this girl, you know, this stranger comes into town and she kind of like, you know, relies on him for help, but he kind of has to keep it a secret from her that like, you know, he's there to kind of like, you know, start anew. And this girl, her life like catches up with her, and then it brings problems to the town, and then basically you kind of get like a slice of life thing, and it's just like, yeah, it's all right. And then the ending is really goofy, and I'm just like, I didn't really dig it as much. I like the opening, but then like it's like 2 hours of like this guy being like, I don't want to talk to people. Like I just don't want to talk to people. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, Mission Impossible. I watched Police Story 1 and 2 with that Jackie Chan. Police Story 1, good movie. Police Story 2, also very good movie. I will eventually watch Police Story 3 at some point. Then I did a rewatching of 28 Days Later. Do you remember this movie?
The horror one?
Yeah, the zombie one. Well, not zombie, but like they're infected. Yeah. It's a very good movie. Genuinely, like, it's, what did it come out, like early 2000s I want to say, but it has like Cillian Murphy. It has like a bunch of like people who are like super popular now in like British shows and movies. Like they even have like a Doctor Who in there. But that movie is genuinely like, it still holds up. And it's crazy because like how it was shot digitally. So it's like you can kind of see that the movie looks a little like weird because it was shot with a camcorder. Not necessarily, but like it was shot with like a high production like digital camera. So it's like the look of the movie is very different from like film. But it still like holds up the story and everything, and even like the third act where there's a whole reveal that happens. It's very, very good. So I remember last year I watched 28 Weeks Later, and I remember 28 Weeks Later, and I enjoyed that movie. And I know a lot of people didn't like that movie, but I like that movie. So I finally saw 28 Years Later. It's a very good movie. I really liked it. The only thing I'm a little sad about is that I hear that the sequel for it, 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, is a little bit of a mixed bag. But I like everything of 28 Years Later, the first one. Do you know anything about the 28 Years like series in general?
No.
Okay.
No.
So the good thing about 28 Years Later is that it's a completely different story. It still has the same elements as the other movies where it's like there's an infection, people turn into like, you know, savage monsters, essentially infected. And particularly in 28 Years Later, it's been 28 years. So things have kind of changed. So you follow like these people who live off an island, and they're able to reach the mainland by like this one little path that they have, but it has to be during low tide. If it's high tide, they don't know where the path is, and they essentially have to swim their way back. But, you know, high tide, lots of waves, so even then, you know, they won't get there safely. So
Yeah.
you follow mostly a young boy, so it's a coming of age story, who you know, in the society that he lives in, they have to go out hunting and you know, kind of like become a man essentially. There's a thing that happens where he finds out that like his dad is having an affair. His mom is also not doing well medically. Like she's having like these episodes or like to the point of like she's having delusions. And it's getting to the point where like you understand why the father is the way he is, where the father is very caring for his son, but at the same time, you know, his wife is not all there, so that's why he goes to cheat on her. And then the son catches this and he's like, you don't care about us. And then he gets into a whole argument with his dad. So the kid goes out, the kid goes to explore, and he finds out that there's a guy over yonder that's like doing smoke signals that's possibly a doctor. And then he goes back to his little village, his little island town, and basically is like, I know there's something with my mom, something wrong with my mom. I think the doctor might help, so I have to take my mom on this journey to get to that doctor. And it's very, very good. It's presented really, really, really well. I'm very interested in watching the Bone Temple, but when it comes out, you know, digitally, I'll probably check it out. But I really, really liked 28 Years Later. I thought that was a very, very good movie. I watched a Terry Gilliam movie called Brazil. Also very good. Robert De Niro's in it. It's a very interesting premise. You know, it's kind of a dystopian future where bureaucracy and like corporations like have basically taken a hold of everything.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. I watched 12 Years a Slave. Got that Brad Pitt and that Michael Fassbender. Very good movie. It's based on a true story, so there's that. I've been meaning to cross this movie off for like a really long time, and it's Licorice Pizza. It's a movie done by Paul W.S. Is it Paul W.S. Anderson? Damn it. No, it's Paul Thomas Anderson. Paul W.S. Anderson is the guy who made Resident Evil. I always forget which one's the Paul. But it's the director that did One Battle After Another. So Licorice Pizza is an interesting movie. It's kind of like a love story. But there is kind of a thing that I kind of don't like, and it's the fact that like the age difference is very like big. Because you're following two different people. One is a like 15 to 16-year-old high school kid, and the other one is like a 23, 24-year-old girl. It's a very cute movie, but at the same time, you know, there is that age discrepancy where I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about this. But it is a very important thing to the movie as well, because of the fact that the girl character, who is older, kind of feels like her life is not moving, it's not progressing, and she feels like she's stuck in like this weird like transitional period of like being a teenager and then being an adult. So it's kind of her trying to find out who she is as a person and whether or not like her maturity level has like even progressed at some point. But it's very, very good in the sense that like you're following these two different characters and like what their opinions on life is, and then like what adulthood means, and then all these different like factors. There's a very good performance by Bradley Cooper, who plays this plays Barbara Streisand's like boyfriend at the time, because this is all based in like the 70s. So there's a really like dumb plot point within the movie where like the boy, the teenager, he is trying to like he's trying to be like an entrepreneur, so he's trying to do like small businesses and stuff like that. So he tries to sell water beds, but there's a thing that happens in the 70s where there's a whole thing about oil that happens during Nixon's presidential campaign, not campaign, his whole presidential term, where oil, it becomes like really restricted. So there is a point where petroleum for gas is like at like an all-time high in demand. So I didn't know that vinyl is made out of oil. So that becomes a problem for the teenage character, because all his beds that he wants to sell are all water beds, but they're all made out of vinyl. So now he's kind of at a problem where he can't sell these things anymore. So he's trying to get rid of all like his stock, and eventually gets to a point where he has an order for Barbara Streisand. So they go to deliver this waterbed for her, and it's her boyfriend that's there, and it's played by Bradley Cooper. And this dude comes off as such an asshole to teenagers. And he's like, "Don't fuck up my carpet." like such an asshole. So these kids are there, the teenager and the his friends that are helping him like set up the bed, and the girl character. So they're like putting the bed together, and then they just look at each other and like, "That guy was such a fucking asshole." And he's like, "Yeah." So they just look at each other and they're like, "Fuck him." And then they just unplug the hose and just let the water run on the guy's carpet, and then they leave. So they're leaving, and they're in the truck that they brought all the stuff in, and as they're trying to leave, they realize that shit, we have no gas, and there's no gas station for like another like fucking mile away. So as they're trying to like get away from Barbara Streisand's house, the boyfriend who went out to go like do like a little errand, they see him like walking back in the direction to the house, and they're like, "Oh shit." So then it's just Bradley Cooper who comes in, and it's implied that like he's coked up. So it's Bradley Cooper like all coked up, and he's just like being an asshole. And he's like, "Hey," he's like, "my car broke down." He's like, "I have a tank of gas." He's like, "Can you guys just take me to like the gas station, and like I'll get some gas there?" So they're like, "All right, we'll try," because like we have no fucking gas. So eventually they get to a gas station, and then Bradley Cooper just like fucking like he starts like intimidating people at the gas station because it's all packed because everybody's trying to get gas. And he is like, "Nobody touches anything of the fucking gas." Like he goes nuts. He goes berserk. So he does like a really good performance that like he does like he's just coked up. He's just coked up Bradley Cooper. But it is a very good movie. The ending is very hopeful. But like I said, there is that age discrepancy that feels a little weird. But you know, it's a very good performance from these two actors. The girl who plays Alana, the main female character, she's very good. And then the teenage character is actually the son of Philip Seymour Hoffman, who is also a very like well-known actor. So it's his son in that role, and he's very good. He's very good as well. I want to say that's like his first movie. So yeah. And then I finished watching One Piece live action, the first season.
And
I have some issues. It's a good adaptation, but there's some stuff that I don't like as much that they changed. I think the one in particular note is that there's no Hachi. Hachi's just
Squidman.
Yeah, he's just not there. And it's crazy because like Hachi's very important to like the later plot lines.
Yep.
So then the other thing is God, who is the captain of the one that goes to Sanji's restaurant?
Oh, yeah, okay, I know who you're talking about.
So they completely glaze over that. They show that character, but then they glaze over that. He's doing like a battle somewhere else. So he doesn't arrive at the restaurant. So I didn't know that actually the pronunciation of the restaurant is called the Baratier. That's how it's pronounced. I thought it was Baratai for a good bit, but I was reading it. So they completely glaze over that bit of like Sanji's like character moment. And they do a thing where Arlong just shows up at the Baratier.
Why?
He's looking for Nami. Like
again, why? The fuck?
Like, so that was the thing. I was just like, wait, I don't remember this. And then I was like trying to remember. I'm like, this never happened. Arlong doesn't ever show up to the Baratier. Like, why is he here?
No, not at all.
Yeah. So they changed a lot of things because like it's only 8 episodes, and it's like we kind of have to get the plot moving a little bit. Even then, like I was a little disappointed in like the Captain Kuro versus Luffy fight because it's just like it's all set up in a mansion. They don't even go outside. On top of that, Usopp doesn't have his little gang of like little weird kids.
Oh, pepper, onion, and carrot.
Yeah, like they're not there. They don't exist. So I kind of understand it from like a TV perspective where it's like we have to establish the fact that Arlong is a threat, and they kind of do a pretty good job with doing that. But you know, as somebody that knows the story manga wise, and then seeing this, it's just like, oh, this is a very interesting change. But it's just like I kind of get it because yes, either way, Nami does leave and she goes back to her village, to Goko Village, and you know, because she's trying to garner a deal with Arlong. But there is that little bit where it's just like this feels weird. Like, why is Arlong even here?
Yeah.
But yeah, Arlong shows up and he's like, "Where's Nami?" And everybody's like, I don't know." And then that's where they do the reveal that Nami was part of the Arlong pirates. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then, you know, the final episode is basically the fight at Arlong Park. I have to give the show credit. The costumes and the makeup is so well done because the guy who plays Arlong looks really good. Like he just looks really fucking good. But yeah, for the most part, I enjoyed it. It's a good adaptation. I'm very interested for the second season because you know my boy Chopper is showing up.
Tony.
Tony Chopper.
His name's so good, gotta say it twice.
You gotta say it twice. So yeah, there's a couple things that I have a bit of problems with, but for the most part, it's a alright adaptation. You know, that's kind of the thing is that like they fill out like a chapter, like a couple chapters for like a specific arc within like one episode. Because usually, you know, that's how it's kind of done. Because like with the buggy thing, where it's like they like I want to say they completely glaze over it, but it's just like it's kind of underwhelming because it's just like they only show a little bit of what the town looks like, but it doesn't go to the full extent where they're exploring the town and you know they're fighting each other like in different sections of the towns and the whole thing with Buggy of like, yeah, I'm shooting my buggy balls like everywhere. And it's just
Do
like
they at least show Chow Chow?
not there.
What?
Yeah.
Bro, he's like
Not there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that like there's very critical things where it's just like, damn, that's unfortunate. But it's like you have to think about it. It's just like, do they have to get a real dog or are they going to do a CGI weird dog? And it's just like, but here's the thing. I can't say that like, oh, this is a bastardization of One Piece because Oda was there the whole time. Oda was giving the green light for a lot of these episodes. So it's just like, he's the one that you had to go through and say, oh, is this good? And he's like, yeah, that's fine. So,
yeah, okay.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm looking forward to season 2. I know they already found Robin. They already found Crocodile. So they had those actors ready. They did a very good job at casting like very attractive people to play very attractive characters. So, yeah. There's that. Yeah, because that guy who plays Sanji is very attractive. Even the guy who plays Zoro is very attractive. And then the girl who plays Nami also very, very. They're just very pretty people. Like that's the thing. That's the funny, like the funny bit. But yeah, it's all right. But as somebody that like you in particular, because I know you really do love One Piece. You might have problems with watching it, and it's just like, damn, like we really glazed over a lot of like pretty big character moments like that. But they do a good thing where they kind of separate the last 2 episodes being the Cocoa Village stuff, and it's just like, okay, we have enough time to give a characterization and like all these character moments, specifically with like the Nami thing of like asking for help, and then the whole thing with Nami's sister and the explanation as to like why Nami is the way that she is and what's going on with the village. And it's just like, okay, you know, at least we did a bit, you know, more time with that.
Can we at least get the Nami crying, Luffy giving her his hat?
Yes. So that is a very specific, that's a very specific moment because Oda was there on that day of shooting where they're like, okay, we have to go with what you want to go with, and then he was there to direct it essentially. Yeah, that moment is there. There are some characters that are not there, but there are some moments from the manga that are there. So yeah, Luffy giving Nami his hat is there. But there's no bump 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 ba-da ba-da ba-da-da bump. Yeah, there's none of that. Yeah, and then Luffy fights Arlong at Arlong Park, and yeah, they even do the fight with Usopp fighting the fishman. They even do that.
Oh, okay.
So that's there, but that's also the
eating scene where they have to eat on the rock and something.
Yeah, they even have that. Yeah, so no, Hal is right about that. Where Sanji and
show. I like the show.
When Sanji and God damn it, Redfoot.
Oh yeah, Redfoot Zeph.
Zeph, yeah, there we go. Where they're on the rock. Yeah, he even talks about like I had to eat my leg. Delicious.
Wait, what?
I forget. Does he eat his leg or did he get hurt?
No,
he
cuts it off, saving Sanji.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because Sanji gets launched off. He can't swim for whatever fucking reason.
Yeah. I always thought he ate it.
No, the ship. The ship was getting attacked. Zeph's ship ends up going down, I believe it was.
He raided the ship that Sanji was on, and then that was in a storm, and then they got like marooned.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I kept thinking that he ate his leg.
No.
What happened in that TV show?
No. He just like I cut off my leg. Yeah, I don't know why.
Wait, he doesn't eat it in the TV show either?
No, he never ate it.
He never ate it.
No. I'm talking about the live action.
I don't think so. I don't think in live action he talks about eating his food. I could be wrong. I have to look back at that scene. I could be wrong.
Because that's what I was thinking too. I thought he ate it too.
Yeah, because they didn't have enough food. But yeah, like I said, there's some highlights obviously that from the manga are still there, but there's a couple things where it's just like, man, like the fucking 8-episode shit is kind of wild. Where it's just like, Sanji's not gonna fight anybody. Don't worry about it. Those guys.
He didn't need to eat his leg. Why did he cut it off?
He got hurt
because he got trapped between.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The debris of the ships.
That's right. Something got caught on his foot, and he had to cut it off.
Okay.
He cut it off with the anchor of the chain anchor.
That's right. That's okay. That's correct.
It has been a while since I watched that. So when's season 2 come out?
I think next month, March.
Oh fuck yeah! I get that really good zombie shooting game that everyone says is really good, and then I get to watch that too. It's a good week, good month.
Well, requirements. Resident Evil 9 requirements.
No. The better zombie game. The one game that I killed guy.
I'm so confused when you said that. How come requirements? When you sent that message, I was just like, "Don't. What do you mean you don't have requirements?" I was like, "What?"
What message? What are you talking about?
So One Piece live action.
I'm so confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you sent that message where I think it was just a mistype. You just mistyped it when you meant Requiem.
I sent a message?
Yeah, you sent a message.
It was me? I don't think so.
It wasn't a message.
Chad, don't listen to this guy. This guy's gaslighting you, Chad.
Let's see. Where is it?
Was the I don't think it was a chat, was it?
Oh, maybe it was when we were talking? I don't remember.
I thought it was voice.
Yeah, it's probably voice. Yeah, it was a voice thing. That's right. Because we were both laughing. That's right. Yeah.
I don't recall this happening.
If only we had a recording.
If you have a recording,
It's all hearsay at this point.
Yeah, it's all hearsay. Yeah. So anyways, Resident Evil 9 requirements. So yeah, One Piece live action was good. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
I liked it, but like I said, for somebody like Wesley that only watches the anime and it's just like he knows specific moments, it's just like there's some stuff you might have a problem with. To be fair, like I did as well, where I had a little bit of some problems where it's just like I don't like that it changed that much, but it's just like What are you gonna do? So after that, I watched in the month of February, The Talented Mr. Ripley, starring Matt Damon. Do you know anything about this movie?
No.
It stars Matt Damon, Jude Law, and Gwyneth Paltrow.
Sweet.
Basically, the plot is this guy gets hired by this rich man to go to Italy and try to convince the rich man's son to come back to the United States. And he'll pay Matt Damon's character to do all that, even pay for his stay. And it gets to this point where Matt Damon starts to have this like parasitic like relationship with this rich kid, and it gets to the point where like, oh, like the rich kid is kind of a shitbag to Matt Damon a little bit, because Matt Damon, how it's described is that like he has no family, and he just wants to be friends. But this guy is kind of being an asshole, and then they become friends for a little bit, but then he becomes an asshole all over again. And Matt Damon kills the guy. He kills the rich guy, and then is like, all right, I'm just gonna assume your identity now and just travel along Italy with your identity. Nobody will ever figure it out. It's not like you don't have friends over here. And he finds out that he has friends over there that are like, where's this guy? Why are you in his apartment? Like all this little bits. It's a good movie. It's very dark, especially the ending, but it's good. I watched this Russian sci-fi movie called Solaris. It has a very interesting plot. It's done by
I've heard of this before.
It's by the director that did the movies that I watched, Ivan's Childhood, fucking god damn it, what is it called? Andrei Rublev. It's by the Russian director Andrei Tarkovsky. If you know him specifically, he's known for Stalker. That's his movie. The one that came out in like the 1990s, I want to say. That's based off the book, and the video game is also based off the book, so it's the same material. You know Stalker, right? Which I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's done that. So Solaris is an adaptation of a book from, I think, the 30s or 40s. I forget when. It's a crazy fucking premise, but it's pretty interesting. The movie starts off really slow, but once you get into space and to the space station, that's where it kind of goes in like a really neat direction. Essentially, it felt like the movie Annihilation, with Natalie Portman. If you remember that movie. Have you seen that movie? Okay, Wesley has. Howler, have you seen that movie?
No idea.
Annihilation?
No idea.
Okay. So the whole thing is that like the story is this guy who's about to be sent to space gets like an info dump from a guy who was previously at a space station at the planet Solaris. The guy who comes to give him the info was an astronaut that went to that planet and was basically experiencing like hallucinations, and really weird shit was happening at the planet. He explains to our main character that like, hey, you're probably going to experience like weird hallucinations and shit, but I'm trying to like let you know now that the guys back on that planet are probably experiencing weird shit right now, so I don't know how they're gonna do like mentally. You come to find out that your main character is a God, what is it called? God damn it, what is it called? Not a therapist. What's the other one? Psychiatrist. Yes, there we go. Thank you. So his main mission is to be sent to that station and basically do an evaluation on the people that are still there. So the two people that are left are like two other scientists, and once he arrives, everything is in fucking disarray. Like there's like shit thrown everywhere. Like everything is not clean. He goes to talk to like one of the guys, one of the scientists, and he's like, "Hey, what's going on? You know, you guys haven't contacted back to Earth, and I'm here basically to see whether or not you guys are okay." And the scientist he talks to is like, yeah, everything's all right, just don't think about it as much. It's and then his whole demeanor changes, and he's like, look, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. There was actually a third guy that was here, and he killed himself. So yeah, there's that.
Is this in a different language?
It's in Russian.
Oh man.
But it's also a very slow burn. It's a very, very slow movie. But basically your main character goes to see the guy who died, and it's like, oh, I knew that guy. We were actually really good friends back on Earth. And, he starts to go through his stuff, and he sees like video logs that the guy left him, because it's all based in the future, but this is like a movie from like the late 60s, early 70s. So like the technology is like, it's like the movie Alien, where it's like 80s like future technology stuff. So it looks a little goofy, but like the guy leaves like video logs, and the main character looks through the video logs, and his friend on the video logs basically explains that like the planet is conscious. It is kind of a weird living planet where it knows that we're here, and it basically, every time we go to sleep, reads through our minds and basically comes to try to understand us. And what it does is that it manifests specific things from our lives, whether it be things or people. So you're like, what? And then
sounds like Returnal.
Yeah.
I haven't finished it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Returnal, where like you're seeing weird shit that's not supposed to be there. Like obviously on an alien planet, you're not supposed to see a fucking house. So your main character goes to sleep that night, and then he wakes up, and his wife is there. And the main character's
like actually, or just like seeing shit.
Like she is there physically, and he thinks that it's a dream, to the point where like he's like, he thought that it was a dream, and it's like, all right, wife, let me take you to our rocket, and let me put you in the rocket. I'll be in the rocket in a little bit. Just go in the rocket. And then he sends the rocket away with her in it. And he's like, okay, this has to be a dream. And he goes back to his room and falls back asleep, and then wakes back up, and she's there again. And he's like, what the fuck is happening? So then he goes to the scientist guy and is like, what is going on? Like, you see this, right? Like, he's with his wife. He's like, you see her, right? And he's like, yeah, no, she's there. Like, you're not dreaming. And then he has to basically, he has to reiterate, and he's like, the planet is reading our memories. The planet is basically manifesting your wife here. Like, technically that is not your wife, but it is your wife, because it is based off memories of what you remember your wife, while also
planet is wife.
Yeah, planet is wife.
Wife is planet.
Wife is planet. So it does a really interesting thing where it talks about the spirituality of in a sense of like cloning, of like, is this really the person that I knew? You have the memories of very specific things, but you're not. I know you're not, because my wife, for the main character, she died like 10 years ago. So you can't be my wife. I was there when they buried you. So it's like, and he's like, I know how you died. Like, you died, I forget what it was. I think of like depression or something. And he's like, you can't be here. So it's like, what do you remember, clone of my wife? And the clone's like, I remember being really sad. And I remember like all the fights we have. I remember a moment where we went to go meet your mom, and your mom didn't like me, and we got into a whole argument about it, like very, very specific things. And it's like, and the guy's just like, what the fuck? But it's like I said, it's a very interesting thing where, the guy's coming to terms with like saying goodbye, but then also doing this thing of like not wanting to let go. And then you have the other scientist guy that's there, and he's like, yeah, why do you think the third guy that was here killed himself? He saw like something from his past, and he went crazy, and he killed himself.
That's terrifying. What is this called? Solaris?
Solaris, yeah.
And watch this shit.
And then
I'm gonna run through that Russian shit.
so then one of the scientists is just like, Like, you have to understand, this is not your wife. This is just a thing. Like, even like one of the scientists even like regards to her as like subhuman because she's trying to be human, and then he has
he's like it's not your wife. She's not really your wife. And he's like, but she remembers all the butt stuff I like. What do you mean? It's not my
well,
wife.
not necessarily the butts. Not necessarily, I was like, yeah, butt stuff, but like not in that, but not in that sense. It's just like, how are you going to tell me that's not my wife when it looks like her, when it remembers things that she's supposed to know? How the fuck are you going to tell me that's not my wife? And the scientist has to basically like, look, I know this is, we're going to go in a fucking circle because we're going to have to do this argument of like knowing that like certain things that are cloned aren't like the original thing. But he's like, I'm not going to go through the semantics with you because the other guy, the guy that killed himself, we tried going through the semantics and then he's fucking dead. So I'm not going to even bother. Like, but I'm going to let you know now, that thing that you're with, that thing that you share a bed with right now is not your wife. Like, the more you try to like defend her of her existing here, you're not going to do anything to change my mind. I know that she's not a real person. So it does this really interesting thing where it's just like, holy shit, like, it's a fucking mind bend. But I'm explaining it in the way that like the movie takes a really long time to get to that point. And it's like, it's a very slow movie, but it's a very good movie. I really, really did like it. I think it's like, it's like nearly 3 hours. It's a very, very, yeah, it's a long movie. It's a very long movie. And it's funny because it's like, the previous movie that he did, Andrei Rublev, that's a fucking 3-hour movie, but it's all black and white, and it's all based on a historical figure whose journey is like kind of like a spiritual one. But that movie, literally at like the end point, gets like, the amount of production for that movie is insane. It's fucking nuts because they do a whole thing where it's like medieval times, and basically there is one thing where they have to build a church bell, like a giant bell, and they go through the process of making the giant church bell, and it's crazy. It's like on like a production level, it looks insane. Like, how can you even like, how do you even do this? But then you get Solaris, where it's like, it's this third movie, and it's very like contained because you're on a space station most of the time. So you're not seeing like grandiose like spectacles like you did with Andrei Rublev. You're more confined, but it's also like coming into like the ideas of spirituality and like what makes a human, what makes a person. Like, we could talk about the whole thing of like souls make up a person, but when you have something that is kind of a copy of something so close, can you even say a soul is a real thing at that point? Where it's just like, it's incredibly heady in that perspective. There was a couple things where I kind of had to like be like, okay, what is this trying to tell me? But overall, it is a very good movie, especially when you get to the space station. Like I said, the first couple of minutes of like you back on Earth with your main character getting ready to go to space is just like, yeah, all right, it's slow, but yeah. And then you get to the space station, and it's just like, oh, this place is fucked. Like, this place is not doing well. Yeah, Solaris. It's based off a book. Like I said, it's based off of an old book, and apparently the book is even crazier. So, very curious about that. I watched a black and white cowboy movie called The Gunfighter, starring Gregory Peck. He's supposed to be. Do you remember Johnny Ringo, Wesley?
No idea who that is. Okay,
so Johnny Ringo is an actual cowboy outlaw. Because I don't think they wanted like any problems with like historical shit, they named the main character from The Gunfighter Jimmy Ringo, even though it's supposed to be Johnny Ringo. But they did it on purpose, obviously. So they talk about how like this guy is like one of the best, like, you know, gunslingers out there, and like nobody can mess with him because he's so like, you know, he's such a good shot and this and that. And this movie is kind of the anti-cowboy movie, where your main character Jimmy Ringo is tired, and he doesn't want to be a cowboy anymore. Like, he doesn't want to be an outlaw anymore, and he's tired to the point where every bar that he goes to, he can't have a drink for a moment without some guy coming up to him and trying to start a fight to get him to basically pull out his gun. And he's like, I'm so sick and tired of this shit. So he goes back to like to a town where his ex-love is there. And he's in town and he's at the saloon and he's basically waiting there until the sheriff shows up, and the sheriff shows up and he's like, hey, like the sheriff is actually an old friend of his from his old like outlaw days. So the sheriff is like, all right, you know, you're gonna have to move on, but it's like, why are you here? Are you here to visit your old love? And he's like, yeah, I need to know how she's doing. And he's like, I know my son is here, and his son is supposed to be like, I think like 6 or 7 years old. 6, 7. So so the sheriff goes to talk to the wife and he's like, hey, like, oh, Wesley's dead. Wesley didn't want to be spoiled. Oh, there he is. So the sheriff is like, all right, I'll go talk to your wife, see if she'll come around and like, you know, get to talk to you and like see if you can kind of like reconnect. So, you know, Jimmy Ringo is like, all right, cool, I'll wait here at the saloon. You know, I don't want to be in people's way. I don't want to bother anybody. So just like, they want to come drink, they could come drink, but please, I don't want to fight anyone. So he's like, the sheriff's like, okay, I'll go pick up your wife. All in the meanwhile, in the beginning of the movie, Jimmy Ringo gets into a fight with some guy at a bar. The guy tries to pull out his gun, Jimmy shoots him, and then the guy who dies, his brothers find out, so they go after Jimmy Ringo to basically kill him for killing their brother. So you have this other little bit where a small little group of cowboys are in the town that Jimmy's visiting, and they're like, oh, like, did you hear about Jimmy being here? Like, oh, can you imagine being the guy who shoots down Jimmy Ringo? In which one of the punks of the town is like, oh man, maybe I can get a name from shooting Jimmy. So then he goes to the saloon and tries to instigate a fight with Jimmy Ringo, in which Jimmy's like, I don't want to fucking fight. Why do people want to keep fighting with me? And he even gets like personal. He's like, I know you're trying to get a name for yourself. And he's like, I know, because my name is bigger than yours, and you think that maybe by some instance that you kill me and you get a big reputation, but what is it going to get you in the end? You know, if people hear about you killing me, there's going to be another guy that's going to come after you and try to kill you. So you really have to reevaluate yourself. And it's a very good movie. It's a very good movie. But you know, black and white. Some people don't really like black and white movies, but I tend to enjoy them. You know, unlike a, you know, the end of the night kind of thing. But very good. The gunfighter. And speaking of black and white movies, one of my favorite samurai movies. It's a movie called Harakiri. I watched the remake first. The remake is directed by Takeshi Miike. It is a phenomenal plot. It is one of the best samurai movies I've seen to this day. So I was like, oh, I didn't know it was actually a remake, the Takeshi Miike movie. Let me watch the original 1962 movie. It's also black and white, but it's very good and it's very violent because of the fact that, you know, in black and white, you don't see blood, but you do know what blood looks like because of it being very thick and very dark. So the movie, you know, plays with like the black and white of like, you know, blood is fucking exploding for everyone. And, you know, all this like what's supposed to be red is like gushing everywhere. But the premise is genuinely one of the best premises ever. It's a revenge movie. And oh god, like it's so good. So the setup is a samurai goes to a wealthy slash like shogun, is not technically a shogun, but it's like a guy who works for the shogun. The samurai goes to the house, and the house has the shogun's not there, but a bunch of representatives of the shogun are there. So this guy who's supposed to be in charge talks to the samurai. He's like, okay, why are you here? And the samurai's like, I have nowhere to go. You know, this is kind of a point of peace in this period where this is a big problem for a lot of samurais because like there's no war happening, so nobody has the need for samurais anymore. So he's like, nobody's hiring a samurai, and you know, I'm kind of at a point where it's just like, I'd rather die with honor So I'm here to commit seppuku. And you guys know what harakiri and what seppuku is, right? It's like the ritualistic, like, you know,
Assisted sewers.
the sewer slides, Kermit
Yep.
sewer slides.
Assisted permits.
So they're like, okay, we can grant you this wish. Like, so the guy in charge is like, okay, give me a little bit of your backstory. So the samurai gives his backstory, and then the guy in charge is like, huh, your backstory sounds really familiar to this guy who came here like 3 months ago. Did you know him? And he's like, no, I don't know who you're talking about. And he's like, okay, let me talk to you about the guy that came 3 months ago. He gave this whole spiel about how he needed money. We granted him seppuku, but there was a bit of a problem. And then they talk about the problem, where the guy who came 3 months ago basically declared that he wanted to commit sewer slide, and then kind of backed off at the last minute, in which the people at that house that granted him the seppuku were like, no, you're not going to go back on your word. So you're going to commit the seppuku here. And they have the whole like ritual, you know, in the place that's supposed to happen. And they're like, okay, take your swords. Let's see what you got, because you have to die by your sword and die by your half blade. So that he takes out the half blade, and it's all made out of wood. And he's like, look, please, like the guy who went in was like, please, like I just needed money. That's all I needed. Like, give me a chance, or I need to get my affairs in check. Let me go back home. Let me talk to my family. And they're like, no, you're committing it now. So take up your wooden half sword and commit seppuku now. So that was 3 months ago. So you have your current samurai character who's like, I don't know anything about that guy. You know, I'm just here to commit harakiri, and you know, we can go our ways. And the guy in charge is like, all right, but you're not going to back off, right? Because there's been stories about guys who think they could come to a shogun's house and basically request money and then leave, because they know they can play off the shogun's heart of, like, you know, a time of depression. And he's like, no, I'm not going to ask for anything. So then they go to the area where they commit it, and they're like, okay, do you have any requests before we commit the whole ritual? And he's like, yeah, can you bring out your best swordsman? And they're like, okay, all right, where is this guy? Oh, he's not here? Okay, well, sorry, man, our best swordsman's not here. Do you want to, you know, go with a different guy? And he's like, okay, yeah, bring me your second best. They're like, okay, bring the second best. That guy's not here? Okay, okay, that's weird. Why are they not here? And then the samurai is like, well, if you can't grant my requests, you know, might as well look for them. You know, they're probably home. So they're like, okay, send somebody to go find them at their houses. So as they're waiting, the samurai is like, we're waiting for a little bit. Let me talk about my backstory a little bit. And then it kind of goes from there, where it's just like talking about these specific backstories and like the actual relation of what happened 3 months ago and why this samurai is here. It's such a good movie. It's such a good revenge movie. If you don't like black and white, I would recommend watching the remake. The remake, they're equally like fantastic movies. But for a more modern like view, the remake obviously exists because it came out like, I want to say 2010s. And it's fucking fantastic. It's a great fucking movie. I really recommend it if you like samurai movies. So yeah, Harakiri. Very good. I watched Andor season 2. I did the Star Wars. You guys like Star Wars?
Yeah.
Okay. I watched a. Hold on. I actually got the movies right next to me. Oh yeah, wait. I got Harakiri right here. I got the Blu-ray. This is the remake. Oh god.
Color.
Yeah, this is the one in color. There you go.
Mm.
And then this is the original, the black and white 1962 version.
Mm.
The reason why the 1962 version is kind of like on the mind of a lot of like film people right now is because the actor passed away, I think last year, yeah, for the 1962 version, and he starred in a lot of like samurai movies and a lot of Japanese movies, obviously, and a lot of people say he's very underrated, and I do feel like he's very underrated. Say Mission Impossible. So I watched a Chinese movie called Peking Opera Blues. This movie is batshit insane, and it was really fun. I recommend it. I don't want to go too crazy into it, but it's like a whole political like thing. Not thriller, but it's kind of an action movie where it does like this crazy shit with like high flying wires and shit like that. It's very good. Give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So talking about movies. So yeah, Picking Opera Blues, very good movie. Follows 3 female characters. Yeah, it's just I'm really surprised how much I liked it. I was kind of going into this movie not really expecting to like as much as I thought. I heard good things, but I wasn't expecting it to be that good. But yeah, it's like a political like plot that is kind of introduced, and then the 3 main characters are all very interesting in their own way. One is like a traveling songstress. The other one is a daughter of like a governor, and then another one is the daughter of a opera director. And they all have like very interesting character moments. And yeah, just genuinely really, really good movie. So then I watched, because I wanted to talk to Howler about this. Do you remember watching Seven Psychopaths?
Yep.
So the director made 3 billboards out of outside Ebbing, Missouri. I don't know if you've seen trailers for this movie.
The movie's called Three Billboards?
3 billboards, yeah.
Okay.
He directed that. It stars Francis McDormand, and we keep talking about him every single time. Sam Rockwell and Woody Harrelson.
Sam Rockwell
and Woody Harrelson.
And Woody the Man Harrelson.
It's a very good movie. I really liked it. So the premise is that this woman puts out basically buys up 3 billboards outside of her small town, and the billboards basically say, "Why no arrests, sheriff, for the rape of her daughter's name," and it's like, oh, and then you get a kind of a whole backstory that like the sheriff, who is Woody Harrelson, is like, look, like we tried to find the evidence, but we couldn't find anybody. Like it like the case, I know it's not dead, like it's not a cold case, but it's like you have to understand that like there are certain things that we can't like find. And then basically it's the Francis McDormand is just like, you guys are just inept at your job, like you can't do anything. So then his deputy, being Sam Rockwell, is kind of a racist asshole. And he just like is a dick to this lady the whole time because he's like, stop picking on the sheriff. The sheriff's going through some problems, this and that. And it's a very good movie. It's very fantastic performances by those 3 like actors, Francis McDormand, Woody Harrelson, and Sam Rockwell. You also got Peter Dinklage is also in there. God damn it, who else?
Man's in there?
Yeah, he's in there. It's a very good movie. I really liked it. The dialogue is like really, it's really good. I really like the director's like dialogue. I don't know if it's him writing the movies, but it's just like there's kind of a bluntness to how he's like his characters speak to one another, to the degree that like so one of the little plot points is that like Woody Harrelson has cancer, and he goes to Francis McDormand's character and is like, look, like can you be a little easy on me. He's like, I have cancer. And Francis McDormand is just like, yeah, I know. I don't care.
Wow.
Like,
Now I can't watch this movie.
I don't give a shit. It's good. It's very, very good. I really recommend it. It's on HBO Max. So it's on there.
Okay.
So then I watched I know me and Wesley talked about this. Do you remember when I talked about the manga Ichi the Killer?
Nope.
No. Basically the whole premise is that like you're following this killer who is being chased down by the Yakuza. Anyways, I talked about the premise of that manga. So I finally watched the movie. Directed by Takeshi Miike. I always heard very mixed things about the movie. Because obviously in Japan and even around the world, this is considered to be like one of the most like goriest and like most like upsetting movies in a sense because of the amount of violence that's in it. It's very interesting what they try to do for the adaptation of the manga because the manga is still batshit insane. So this movie is also batshit insane. There's a bunch of stuff that happens with like the sound direction where like you're hearing weird ambient sounds and it's just like, what is going on? But for the most part, the main bad guy, his name is Kakihara. They do very interesting things with like the feeling of the character. So in the manga, he's very intimidating, but he's very scary and he's very like reclusive in the sense that like he doesn't like talking as much. He doesn't like repeating himself in a sense. He just wants to get shit done. Well, in the movie, he's kind of aloof and kind of goofy, but he's also intimidating, which is really interesting. Like the two different, like, you know, styles of like the same character. But the movie still does the batshit insane stuff that the manga presented, but doing a very different ending, which I was surprised because I think I mentioned this when I talked about the manga. Is that like the manga kind of like I feel like the ending of the manga felt really rushed. But it is a complete story, which is kind of bizarre. Then you have the movie where it just does this stuff where it's like you don't really feel any of the characters' motivations at all compared to the manga. And then the manga has a really big reveal where it's like, oh, that's what the motivation was for these characters. Okay. And it's really weird because it's like it still hits the plot beats of the manga, but they do it in a very different way. If I'm saying what you guys, you know, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, it's still a weird ass fucking series. It's still a weird story. I would have to say if I were to choose the manga or the movie, I would say the manga is a bit better because you kind of like understand a lot of character motivations. And even then, the movie glosses at a lot of things because it's kind of like the whole thing with like the One Piece live action where it's like it's still presenting a lot of stuff, but they kind of glaze over a lot of other, I would say, important bits. Yeah, Ichi the Killer. I like Takeshi Miike. Takeshi Miike for the most part does pretty good like adaptations from like other source material. You know, I fucking love his Harakiri remake, and I also love Audition. Audition is a fucking fantastic movie. But yeah, it's Takeshi Miike is a weird one, like I said. Because he's done some adaptations that are not good. I think what I can think about in particular is the Lumberjack movie. I think I talked to Howler about this, where it's like it's not a good movie. Like it's based off, I think, a novel or manga, and it's not a good movie. Like the story is not good, but I can't tell whether or not that's based off the material or it's based off like, you know, some other person's writing. It's not a good movie. So then what I watched, I finished watching a Wes Anderson movie by the name of Moonrise Kingdom. This is a very cute love story. It's like these two kids, they live on an island. One kid is like the equivalent of a Cub Scout, but it's called the Khaki Scouts. And then this girl is the daughter of two lawyers. And you're kind of given this whole thing where like the scout kid runs away from his camp, and the daughter, the girl character, also runs away, and everyone's like, where the fuck did they go? And then it's kind of like revealed that a year ago they met each other, and they kind of like had a little bit of a spark with one another, where like they interacted, and like it's very cute, you know, in this whole bit. So they kind of run away together to go on a first date kind of thing, and then they kind of agree that like, hey, let's just run away. So they're on this island, kind of like moving from like different areas to like, you know, avoid the law. Essentially, it's you don't not that many people know about this movie, but I kind of don't know about this movie besides like hearing about it. It's a movie called Badlands, where it's like this couple that kind of like run away together, that kind of do like crimes and stuff. It's not to the degree of Badlands, but it kind of reminds me of Badlands. Anyways, so these kids are like exploring the forest and stuff like that, while at the same time, you know, you have the khaki scout master is trying to figure out where the hell he is. And then you have the girl's parents that are like, what the fuck is going on? You know, where's my daughter? And the chief of police is played by Bruce Willis, and he plays like a goof in that movie, where he's like, okay, I guess we gotta go find them. And, you know, there's a little bit of like things that are revealed. You know, one of the big things as well is the daughter realizes that her mother is having a relationship with Bruce Willis, and is kind of part of the reason as to why she kind of acts out in a specific way. And then you also come to realize that the scout kid, the boy, is an orphan, and that essentially that they're kind of two lonely souls that found each other. And it's a very cute movie. It is very, very cute. I really liked it. I like I said, I like Wes Anderson movies. I think this is kind of at a point where I've seen most of his movies, minus his newest one called The Phoenician Scheme. But yeah, Moonrise Kingdom. That's the thing. Wes Anderson movies they're always fun, and it's always weird with his dialogue, because if these kids are kind of talking like they're adults, which is really bizarre. Because like this is not like the way that they interact with one another is that like this is not how kids talk, but like they're weird. They're just weirdos in Wes Anderson's like world. So it's like, yeah, this makes sense, because like it feels like kind of his first movie, not Bottle Rocket, the second one, Rushmore, where Jason Schwartzman is like a 17-year-old kid, but he acts like a weird adult. And that's kind of the plot line of that movie, is that like he feels like an adult, but he's not, obviously, and he tries to start a relationship with a teacher, and the teacher's like, dude, we're different ages, like no relationship is starting, like you have to cool it. And he's like, I won't stop. And he's like, you're playing hard to get. And she's like, no, you fucking weirdo, I'm gonna go date Bill Murray, you gotta stay the fuck away with me. We could be friends, but Bill Murray is like my age, sort of a little older, but like we're not having a relationship. So, yeah. Wes Anderson, good.
Saying we could be friends, also not great idea.
Yeah. But Bill Murray, though. Bill Murray's there. So then I there's some movies that I've been meaning to watch. Obviously some John Woo movies. I got my copy of Bullet in the Head by John Woo. Also another John Woo movie called Once a Thief, if you can see it from the fucking blur. There we go. Once a Thief. Starring my boy Chow Yun-fat. I got this fucking movie called Outland, starring Sean Connery, and it's basically a space western, which I'm very excited to watch at some point, where Sean Connery plays like a space sheriff. And then I also got one of my favorite movies, one of my favorite Spielberg movies, Catch Me If You Can.
Good movie.
I love this. I really like this movie. So I remember, I think last time I was here on the podcast, I talked about Begonia, which is the Yorgos Lanthimos movie that is technically a remake of a Korean movie. And I got the Korean movie, Save the Green Planet. If you haven't seen Begonia, I really recommend Begonia. But I think Save the Green Planet is also a very good movie, and I feel like it's one of those things where people talk about like remakes and like the original of like whether or not like Do I even have to watch the original? Like, is the remake just good enough on its own? With Save the Green Planet and Begonia, it's like those movies can stand side by side with one another. They're both the same story, but they have very different feelings. While Begonia is a Yorgos Lanthimos movie where like his movies feel very dark and has a lot of dark comedy in it, Save the Green Planet does this weird thing where it's like it's a Korean movie, and a lot of Korean movies, if you've seen them, try to do a lot of different genres within their movies. And with this, it is a dark comedy, but there are moments where it's just like, man, we got really fucking dark with like what's going on. And it's really done well by the actor, the main actor, I forget his name. Shin Hae Kyun. I know him from Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, which is a fantastic revenge movie. He shines in this movie because he like Jesse Plemons in Begonia is a weirdo. He's really fucking weird. But there is a reason why he's weird. And he just shines in this movie because like he has to put on like different faces when interacting with people of just like, I'm not crazy, I'm friendly, but if you really get to know me, I am actually crazy. Like I won't shut up about aliens. And it's just a great fucking movie. Yeah. Begonia and Save the Green Planet are just fantastic movies. I think I told what the premise is, right? If you remember.
Nope. No idea.
Oh no, it was Wesley that I told. Howler wasn't here. But essentially the premise is this guy believes a CEO is an alien and demands that he needs to talk to his alien masters. So he kidnaps the CEO and basically interrogates him and tortures them to get information out of them to see the aliens, because he believes that the aliens are coming to take over our planet. And it kind of goes from there. So, yeah, very good. I would recommend Begonia in general because Emma Stone is great in it. Jesse Plemons is also very good. And just like, yeah, it's just a great plot. But Save the Green Planet, if you have the time for it, I would recommend watching Save the Green Planet because it just does a lot of things where it's like it feels crazy to even watch that movie. But yeah, that's stuff that I watched. Chun's been watching a lot of movies and a lot of shows. Like I said, Night of the Seven Kingdoms is a show that I'm watching. It's really good. Game of Thrones, I hate that the fact that fucking world has me in a fucking stranglehold, but man,
I mean, it's a good world.
It is. It's just unfortunate that like the show is it's not a finished product. The books still have to finish. So
yeah, I mean,
I know.
I don't know. That's kind of
you love the show,
HBO wanting to rush it.
Yeah. But that's also the issue is that what are you going to do when you take a source material that's not done? Like, of course, you're going to have to come up with something. So it's like, it's kind of both.
I mean, if they could have gotten the dude to write faster, maybe he would have.
And it's kind of sad because, like, George R. R. Martin's like, I don't want to write any more Game of Thrones. He's like, I've essentially written myself into a corner because I made a stupid promise that I will finish it in 9 books.
Yeah.
And then it's the the goofier bit is that he's written like side books. That's the goofy bit, is that he's written like side stories. That's why we have House of the Dragon and Night of the Seven Kingdoms. But the show is very good. I was mentioning to Wesley that it finishes tonight. So I'm very excited, but like just a fucking fantastic show. The main actor who plays Sir Duncan the Tall and the little kid that plays Egg are just great. They're a great duo. They're really, really good. But
and no, I do think the entirety of the show is good. At least the original Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
I think that for sure, like the ending could be better.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough to say. Like,
yeah, it's just like if we had a comparison of the actual ending, then we can actually have like the full knowledge to have like, okay, what did
I mean, I
do
have
better?
to be real. I don't think George R.R. Martin was going to write it that way.
No, I have no idea.
Was he even in the room for that?
I don't know. I know the
don't
joke.
think
I know
think they
the
talked about it and he
the-
wasn't.
the joke is that like this is George R. R. Martin trying to like create the ending, you know, and see how it works. And then if people don't like it, he goes back to the drawing board. But you know, that's the joke about the ending of the show. But I don't know. I couldn't say whether or not like he was still involved with like the writing, which I don't think, because even then the guys who made the showrunners, they're not doing anything anymore. Like they're gone. And it's funny because like you have the writer for Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and he's really good. He knows what to do. And there was like behind the scenes stuff where they talked to him, and he's like, I wanted to condense the story, but like I still wanted to hit the beats of the book that, you know, a lot of people know about and like still really, really enjoy. And he did it. He's done a fantastic job from what I've heard from people who actually read the book, and they're like, yeah, he knows his shit. But yeah, it's like I was mentioning before, is that like watching House of the Dragon feels very different because it's like, you know, you have Night of the Seven Kingdoms where everyone that you've interacted at that point who are helping Sir Duncan are really likable. And then you have House of the Dragon where I personally don't like anyone in that show. Everyone is fucking abhorrent. Everyone's a fucking asshole because you're essentially like watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians but with dragons. Like that that is what you're watching when you're watching House of the Dragon. Is that like everyone is not likable. Everyone is trying to backstab one another, but it's like that's kind of the whole plot synopsis of Game of Thrones, is that like so there's always some kind of backstabbing at some point. But then, you know, you have Night of the Seven Kingdoms where it's like it's a condensed story. It's set on this one tournament, but there's things that are happening that it's like, oh yeah, we're still in the shitty part of Game of Thrones where like bad shit still happens to good people. And yeah, I recommend it. I highly recommend the show. It's really fucking good. And I started no, what was the other one? Oh god, I'm losing. Oh, I started Dune Prophecy. I still have to finish the first episode. I haven't gotten the full way through. I like the idea of a Harkonnen as kind of the main character, because it's like the ancestor of the Harkonnens. This is for Howler because I know he's a Duner.
What about the Harkonnens?
I like the fact that in Dune Prophecy you're following a Harkonnen, the lady, the mother. I like that.
Oh, yeah, you said this already, didn't you?
Yeah, I like that aspect. The only thing that I'm not really feeling is that this is based off Brian's stuff. This is not Frank's stuff. So this is based off Brian Herbert's like offshoot of his father's material. So that's like, and I heard very mixed things.
Said, yeah,
yeah, I heard there's very mixed things about Brian's like ability of writing the world. But who knows? And then I started rewatching The Orville. Do you guys know what The Orville is?
No.
This is the show that Seth MacFarlane did before Ted. This was his Star Trek.
Oh, the Star Trek thing. Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't watch the last season, but I'm rewatching the the seasons that I watched before just to kind of get a reminder. Man, there's something about it where it's just like I kind of want to watch Star Trek, you know, but The Orville is just really good because it's just the comedy within it. And I also found out that like I'm currently in an episode, and I just found out that the kid that plays the kid from Ted is in The Orville, and I was like, oh shit, like I didn't realize that that's him, like there. Yeah, The Orville is very good. Yeah, it's just fun show, just really fun. So yeah, that's stuff that I'm watching. And then now to make it to the 5-hour mark. Hey guys. Hey guys.
You're at
Hey guys.
you're at 1 hour 38 minutes.
Cool. Does it count my poop and my pee that I had to do? Damn, bro.
Yeah, I told you your timer's still going.
You said my camera was on. I thought, My camera
No, I
was
said
on.
your timer was still going, my guy.
Oh, wow, Wesley. How dare you? Fucking Wesleying. Anyways, so I played some video games. Do you guys like video games? I play video games.
No,
Oh, okay. You don't like video games?
okay.
Okay. So I finally finished Star Wars Outlaws, like the entirety of it. I 100% did everything with that game. I did the final DLC that came out, I think, like a couple months back. If you like the Star Wars animated series, which I haven't gone through its entirety, it does do a callback to those because the main DLC follows a character from the animated series. It's all right, you know. I liked Star Wars Outlaws for what it was, but I wouldn't say I'm fully in love with it because I have some problems with how the game is. But yeah, you know, that's how it is. But the final DLC was all right for what it was. I'm trying to remember. Did it introduce anything new? Kind of, but I can't remember it because, you know, like I said, I wasn't in love with it. So I did that, and then I finally finished Fallout New Vegas. I did it. Now I can watch season 2 of the Fallout show. Fallout New Vegas is a weird one. I really like the writing from Obsidian. I've talked about how good Obsidian's writing is. And it's weird to think that, like, this game is considered to be, like, one of, like, the best Fallouts, but at the same time, performance-wise, on, like, whatever you're playing it on, it absolutely shits the bed. So that's why I played the game modded, so it ran well. Granted, there were moments where I did have some bugs and did have some moments where, like, it would infinitely load, and I'm just waiting there for this fucking wheel to keep, like, to stop, but it just kept going, and I just had to restart the game, like, every single time. But the writing is good. Some of the DLCs were kind of lackluster, but the main story, I think, is fucking great. So yeah, Fallout New Vegas. It's very good. And then I 100%ed Resident Evil, the first one, but it's remake. I did everything. I basically played it on hardcore mode. I've had to finish the game in under 5 hours, and then under 3 hours, and then played the invisible mode where it makes enemies invisible. And yeah, it's one of the best remakes I've played in forever. You know, it's obvious. It's an obvious thing that, like, it's the remake of remakes. But Resident Evil in general, I you know, like I said, I have fun with. And there were moments where it's just like, man, this is a great fucking remake. And, like, the invisible mode is kind of crazy when you're playing it, and it's just like, okay, it's, you know, it's doable, obviously. But then you have survival mode, where survival mode is what Resident Evil was supposed to be when it first came out, where its gameplay was that it's obviously its reliance on resources. So how Resident Evil 1 was supposed to be is that, like, you know how Resident Evil has an item box. So you have a save room, and then you have an item box in the save room. How it was supposed to be back in the day was the item box, depending on which room you were in, the stuff that you put in that specific item box stays in that item box. So there were moments where you are going back and, like, you know, backtracking within the game, but you have to remember what you kept in that item box in whatever room you saved it in. So let's say you have a puzzle item and you decide to put it in an item box in the mansion, and you're already, like, in the laboratory. It's like, oh shit, I have to go back to the mansion to go get my thing to come bring it to the laboratory. So there's stuff like that where it's just like, you have to remember, okay, what do I need to take with me for this one particular thing? So it's very reliant on, like, what you remember of the main game itself. But as, like, you know, a first time experience, it will be a difficult time, because it's just like, I don't remember where I put shit. I don't remember where I put stuff in. And on top of that, enemies are a little harder to take down. So it's a very interesting mode. It kind of does kick you in the teeth sometimes, because it's just like, congratulations, idiot, you left the important item, like, all the way fuck over there. Go fucking run back over there while trying to avoid, like, enemies, like, you know, coming after you. But overall, Resident Evil, I had a pretty good time, and I spent a shit ton of time trying to like, get all the achievements and all the trophies essentially. And yeah, if you like Resident Evil, just play Resident Evil 1 remake, and it's a good time. It's a very good time. And then I went back and I decided to 100% Astro's Playroom. And yeah, it's a cute game. I'm very excited to play Astrobot at some point, but Astro's Playroom, very good. And I don't want to take up you guys' time, because I talked about this last time we spoke with one another. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I am done. I am done with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Would I recommend it? Yes and no. It's a very tough game to recommend, because I know a lot of people would say just start with 2, and I haven't played 2 yet, but I do hear 2 is much more polished, because obviously, they kind of reworked the stuff that they did with 1. But 1 is still such a fun time that I had with essentially a simulator, that it's crazy on how much effort I put into that game. Because like I mentioned with our conversation, is that like you put points into skills that are crucial to your character sometimes, where it's like reading, alchemy, sword skills, smithing, interacting with your dog, whether or not you become a hound master, hunting, like all these little bits where it's like these are kind of important to what you're doing. And even then, the main story is still pretty good, where you play as a peasant, and your town gets attacked, and you essentially go on a journey to get back the sword that you made for your lord, because it's the last bit of memory of your family. So you kind of go off on this adventure, meeting different nobles and different like bandit groups, and interacting with different towns, and coming to understand that like, yeah, medieval Bohemia fucking sucks. Being in medieval times was bad, because it's just like, just even talking about like ideas of like modern medicine or religion, where religion is so important to this world that it's like, if you say anything against the Roman Church, you are fucked. You cannot speak against them, because that is the main thing that's keeping the society together. It's crazy. But as your main character, Henry, you talk with different people, and it's just like, oh, what is your idea on like this, what's going on now? Or like, even then, what's currently happening within the main story of the game, which is the monarchy, where it's like this one king, your current king of Bohemia, doesn't want to be a king. So he tries to ask his brother to come help, in which his brother from Hungary is like, yeah, I'm not going to help you. I'm going to take over your land and become king of the Roman Empire. And everything that you hold, it's going to be mine. So I'm going to send troops from Hungary, them being mercenaries, over there to come kill your ass and take over. So the king from Hungary comes over and kidnaps his brother. So now everybody in Bohemia is like, what the fuck is happening? There's no king. Like, what are we going to be okay? And then everyone gets raided by the Cumans, as they call them. And it's just like, what now? What are we doing? So there is that like looming like presence of the Cumans like coming to attack people. So you have that, and then you also have bandits and raiders like going to different towns and still harassing the people. And like I said, living in medieval times fucking sucks, because it's either you're being attacked by a foreign army, or you're being attacked by somebody who's just so fucking poor that they're like, we're just gonna take your shit now. It's so interesting and so fun in that sense, as a video game, because you do have fast travel, but it's presented to you on a map, and you have a little like character like figure that like goes around the map in like a little path. So when you fast travel, you can do the path, but then there are instances where the game is like, pause. A man has appeared to you on the road. Do you want to talk to him? And it's like, yeah, sure, fuck it, I'll talk to him. And then you go up to the guy, And then the guy is like, all right, boys, come get him. And then you have like people come out to jump you and try to take your shit. And it's like, oh, fuck, like I got to run away. So there are moments like that where the game's just like, all right, you don't have to fight. You can run away, but keep that in mind. You can't necessarily just like decide, hey, you know, I'm just going to go off into the woods. Oh, I found a camp. Oh, I'm not supposed to be here. This is a bandit camp. Oh, fuck, I'm fucked. And then I got to fight off these bandits or run away. So it does like these little interesting bits where it's like, you know, the combat itself is very clunky. It's very janky. I feel like a lot of people would hate the combat, but I had a fun time because it's just like, once you like, there's a perk that you can get where it's like you can knock dudes out with one hit from your sword or your weapon. So it's like there are moments of that I feel that are so gratifying as just like, all right, I'm fighting this dude one-on-one, you know, bonk him on the head, he goes down, and then like I can either kill him or just take his stuff and run away. So there's like fun moments like that, or even with tournaments, because you can do like night tournaments of where like, okay, fight with a weapon that you're good at and then fight with other weapons that you might have a specialty with. So it's like with tournaments, like you can get money from that. And the cool bit is that you can actually make side bets with an NPC being like, hey, I'm gonna win the tourney, so get your money ready, because once I come back a winner, you're gonna owe me some money. And it's like, yeah, it's a lot of fun because it's just like the increase of difficulty within the tournament of just like, okay, you're fighting a beginner, you're fighting somebody intermediate, and then you're fighting somebody who's considered to be like the champion of the tournament at that point. And, you know, I had a fun interaction where I won the tourney the first time, and I'm like, you know what? All right, finish the tourney, go do my missions. All right, let me fast travel. I fast travel, and then I get a notification that's like, mysterious man has appeared. He wants to talk to you. So I'm like, all right, let me go talk to this guy. So I get back to the game. I go up to the guy. It's the previous champion that was there at the tournament that I won over. And he's like, I'm pissed that you won the tournament. I want my fucking prize money. Give me my prize money. And he decides that he wants to fight you. So it's like this, like, all right, fuck it. I guess I'm killing this guy. And then you fight the guy, and like, you know, you could win. You obviously have to win because like if you die, you die. You have to reload your save. But it's like this fun little bit of just like the world is pretty immersive for what it was back then. And this was a Kickstarter game, from what I remember. This was a Kickstarter game that had a goal, and I think they reached their goal. And the game is janky, but it's so much fun. And like, it's crazy the amount of detail that they put into the game of like, you know, the woods are so vast and open, and then hunting specific things like you can hunt deer, you can hunt boar, you can hunt what's the other animal? Hares is also another one, rabbits. And it's just so big, which I think is also a detriment to how the game performs, because like in certain sections of the game, it's trying to load in a lot of shit because of it being so open world that sometimes your frame rate takes a fucking tank. It dives sometimes because of just like what it's trying to load in of like the FOV. So it's such a great fucking game. And then like learning how to do alchemy is also a fun bit where it's like, oh, if you want to save at specific points, if you want to manually save, you need a savior schnapps, which is something that you have to craft or buy from a herbalist. So then you can craft that stuff, but you need specific items. Like you need nettle, belladonna, and you need to brew it for a specific amount of time. You need to go through the process of making the schnapps, and you get one for the amount of process that you do for it. You get one. And then eventually you get perks from brewing so many times that it's like, hey, like if you've brewed this thing like once, you have a perk that allows you to auto brew. So you can just go to the station, open the page, auto brew, and you already get the thing. And as long as you have the materials for it, you get the thing. So it's like, cool, fantastic. There's, like I said, there's so many details within this game that I had a lot of fun. Horse riding is also another one where you're able to get a horse because it's actually part of one of the missions where it's like, hey, it's a pretty big world you're going into. Get a horse because it's going to take you a while to get to specific spots. So you go get a horse. You have a mission where you have to like interact with these people of just like, all right, you want a horse? You got to do a job for me. Like I'll give you a discount if you do this job for me, and then you can get your horse. So it's like, yeah, it's just a lot of fun. And then the DLCs are also really fun as well. There's a DLC where in one of the main missions you go to a town that has essentially been like raided, and after you complete that and once you start the DLC, one of the lords that lives like near the town is like, hey, I'm taking over this land, why don't you become the bailiff of this area and basically just restore the town. So you put money into this town, and you can also make money off it, by putting the stuff that is necessary for a town. So you can put a smithy, you can put a bakery, you can put a butchery, you can put a bunch of stuff in here. But the main goal of this DLC is that you have to rebuild the church, because the church is one of the biggest factors of tourism coming in and visiting this big church. So rebuild this church and you're pretty much good. And then you can make profit off, like all the other stuff that you've built in. While at the same time, you go as the bailiff, you're pretty much the judge of this bit. So there's moments where it's like, hey, bailiff, we need to talk to you because there's an incident that's going on with the townspeople. And so you go do the bailiff job, and one of the interactions you have is the guy who's in charge of the treasury essentially is like, hey, like I'm also in charge of surveying the land, and I kind of know how things need to work for it to become a town. There's a guy who's at the woodworking camp that wants to take a shit in the stream. Can you talk to him and tell him not to take a shit in the stream, because that's our drinking water? Can you tell him that like they need to go further down the stream if they want to take a shit? So you go talk to the guy and he's like, look, man, what if we have diarrhea? We have to take a shit right there and then. And, to clean our asses, we need the stream. And you're like, yeah, I get it, but you can't shit where you eat, can you move down there? So you kind of are given a decision of like, all right, do I agree with the surveyor, the guy that's helping me, or do I have to agree with the townsy, the guy that came up to me and is like, let me shit? So it's one of those goofy things where it's like playing the bailiff of this town is just like, yeah, because like these are kind of things that you have to interact with as somebody that's in charge of a town. So that's a fun DLC. Then you have another DLC where you go hang out with like a mercenary group, and there's a whole thing that happens where this guy from a different township basically writes a letter to your lord in which he demands the head of your lord. And your lord talks to you and he's like, hey, I need you to go find a mercenary friend of mine. He's out in like the outskirts. Can you get him to help you? Because like this guy that wrote me this letter, he has some bad beef with me because years ago, the king asked me to take care of a predicament that was going on between two other lords, and I sided with one lord, and I had to basically execute the other lord that he was fighting with. Come to find out that the guy that I executed had a son, and the son's pissed off at me because he felt like I was in cahoots with the other lord, which actually I found out years later that we're actually like distant relatives. So he thinks I did it because of family reasons, and he's like, look, I didn't do it because of family reasons. I did it because your dad was kind of an asshole and this all other shit of like, the king asked me to do this, so it's, I had to do the thing that the king asked me. So go find the band of mercenaries and then go talk to them. So then you find the band of mercenaries, and like they're all weird. They're just weirdos in the group, where you have like the young kid, the rookie, then you have like the cool sharpshooter, with like the Robin Hood hat, and you have a guy who's like the longtime vet of like the mercenary group. You have the big silent guy, and then you have the twins, who are also like two weirdos who just drink all the time. And then you have the leader, who is the guy who your lord knows on like a basis that he explains that like, yeah, he saved my life. Like I got into some bad dealings because I was actually royalty back in the day, but my mom was actually schizophrenic and my dad was having a relationship with another woman. So my mom found out about that and tried to burn the house down. So she did. She burned the house down. So my dad died. So did my little brother at the time. And it just became me, my withering mother, and my sister So then I, wanted to go back and reclaim our name, but it turns out that my sister was having a relationship with another lord, so they kind of kicked me out to the curb, and I was kind of on a bad streak, and I was about to be hanged or hung or hanged. And your lord kind of took pity on me. So he saved my life. So whatever favor he asked me, I kind of do because, saved my life. And then you kind of go on an adventure with them to fight this lord that is kind of an asshole, and it's good. And then there are 2 different outcomes that can happen of just like, I don't want to spoil it, but like it's pretty fun. And then you have another DLC. Oh God. Oh, well, you become best friends with another lord by the name of Hans Capon, and Hans is kind of a womanizer brat. He's kind of an asshole. He's the same age as your main character Henry, but he's an asshole because he knows he's part of royalty, and he kind of like pokes fun at Henry because of Henry being a peasant. So there's a thing that happens where Hans is like, "Hey man, before we go off on our next adventure, to the second game, there's a little thing I want you to do for me. There's a necklace that belonged to my mother that I lost during a game of dice. If you can find where that necklace went, I would pay you back handsomely." So you go off in this adventure trying to find this guy's necklace, and then you end up in like a tournament of dice gamblers, and then you have a choice whether or not to steal the necklace or join the tournament. So you have this whole dice tournament, and it's pretty fun. And then after you give him the necklace, he reveals to you that, hey, there's this girl in town. She is the daughter of the butcher. I am in love with her. I am a secret admirer of hers, and I kind of want to do this like romantic thing where leave her letters and come to her window at night and like recite a poem to her. But I need you to do me a favor. I need you to leave this letter in her trunk at her house, and also my mother's necklace as a sign that I am an admirer of her. And I need you to do this for me relatively well. And on top of that, I need you to get me a cologne from this guy that you did a mission for. So you go get the cologne for Hans, and the guy you did the mission for is a oh God, what is it? He's like a snake oil salesman, where he does the mission that you do for him is like he tries to sell snake oil, and he's a con artist. So then you interact with the guy who has the perfume, the cologne, and he's like, hey, in order for you to get this cologne, you need to do some stuff for me. I need the town to buy my secret elixir that wards away spirits. So we need to come up with a way to make a spirit in town. I've been hearing from the locals there's a guy that died like years ago. Why don't we use that story to make our own vengeful spirit? So you're like, all right, I guess I'll do it. Or, give me the recipe on how to make the cologne, and then we don't have to do this. So, you kind of have that whole option of like, either you do the missions for this guy or you make the cologne. So either way, you bring the cologne to Hans, and Hans like, okay, get the necklace and the letter into this girl's trunk in her house, and we're Gucci. Great. So then you wait a night after you make the delivery. You go to Hans, and you're like, Hans, all right, what's the plan? All right, I'm going to go meet this girl in a couple hours. Let me put on this cologne. Let's go at night, and I'll go recite a poem at her window. You're going to help me recite the poem because, I'm not really good with memory. Okay, wait a couple hours. Hans, ready to go? And Hans is like, hey, that cologne that you got me, is it supposed to itch? And you're like, what? What are you talking about? He's like, do I look okay? And you look at Hans, and Hans is like breaking out in hives. And you're like, you have the option of either telling him the truth or lying to him. So I went with the lie, and the lie is like, nah, dude, you look fine. Don't worry about it. Let's go. And so you go to the girl's house, and he's outside her window calling out to her. And he's like, okay, Henry, read me the lines from the poem I gave you. So you try to remember the poem, and at the same time, the girl's father comes out, and Hans he sneaks into her house to go fool around with her. So you kind of have to like interact with the butcher, the girl's father, and be like, hey, nothing's happening up there. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Like, I'm a fool, but look at me. Don't look up there. Look at me. It's a really stupid like quest. And then you get to the end of it where like, all right, Hans, did you get to say goodbye to your one true love? And Hans is like, oh, the butcher's daughter? I don't give a shit about her. I just wanted to fuck her. Like, I didn't give a shit. You're like, what? Why did we go through all this just for her? He's like, I just wanted to make it fun. He's like, what did you think? I was gonna marry her? She's a fucking butcher's daughter. She can't even read. And you're like, what the fuck, you asshole? Like, what are we doing? It's a great DLC. So then the final DLC, the last one, is called A Woman's Lot, where you follow two different characters from your town. The first character is a girl that you're able to swoon, that in the main game that you get to be boyfriend and girlfriend and have a cutscene with. And she talks about what happened that day when the town got raided, and from her perspective. And it's a really like sad story of like essentially losing everything in one single day, because she was living with her brother, her two brothers, her father, and a guy that was living with them for a little bit that was finding work. And essentially it's just her recounting like about how her dad was setting up a marriage for her. Her dad was setting up a marriage for her, and her dad was like, look, I've set up a date with this guy. Go talk to him. He's like a nice guy. He has money. You know, we're pretty much broke. Like, just go talk to him, amuse him a little bit. And she's like, okay, who's the guy? And her dad's like, I don't worry about that. Just go talk to him. You know, I'll give, I told him to meet you at the bar. You know, he'll have a rose. And you have the option of like, okay, but who the fuck is it? And he's like, all right, it's the town like engineer. And she's like, the town engineer? That dude is like in his late 40s, and your character that you're playing as is a 20-year-old girl. And she's like, I don't want to marry a guy who's like one step into the grave. And he's like, and your dad is like, don't be like that. He has money. Just talk to him. Do
you think that's how it really was back in the day?
There was a lot of arranged marriages. Yeah. So
but do you think like a lot of women were like, ew, he's old? Or do you think they were just like, this is how it is?
Kind of both.
100% that'd be like,
I would say it's both, because it's just like the game does a really good thing where it's like you're viewing the experience, because the entire main game is that you're viewing it from the male experience. But then you get to this one DLC where it's like you're experiencing the female perspective from the medieval period. And it's like, yeah, this is because even then when you interact with your DLC main character's father, he's like, it's tradition. This is what most girls have to do. He's like, just go talk to him. That's all you got to do. You don't have to do anything else. Just go talk to him.
Gotta go talk to him.
Just go talk to him. So then, you know, you get to the point where it's like, okay, I'm going to go put on this dress. I'm going to go talk to him. But there's a cutscene where it's like your character in the DLC doesn't talk to him. Her name is Teresa. Teresa's like, I don't want to talk to him. So she doesn't even, she sees him waiting for her, but she's like, I don't want to talk to him. And so she goes off to do something else. She comes back home, and then her dad talks with her, and he's like, hey, what happened? The guy came to the house and asked me where you were. You didn't show up. And then you kind of admit to him that like, I don't want to marry an old guy. I want to live at least a little bit. And it's very endearing, because like even her dad is like, I know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to force this idea onto you. I know you're young. I just like, I want the best life for you, because he has money. There's going to be a point where it's just like, you know, I'm not going to be here to take care of you, because it's just us and your brothers. But even then, your brothers are going to go marry off go marry off somebody. And I don't know what's going to happen with you, because you're not given the same opportunities as your brothers. So I understand. I understand you didn't go on the date with him. So I'm not angry. Just like, when there comes a point where I do find somebody who's possibly your age, I'll let you know. I'll let you know whether or not they're a good match for you. So it's like, okay, cool. So then literally that day where you're making up with your dad is the day your town gets raided. And it's like, fuck. All right. What happens then? So then the game does this whole shift of like, instead of Peasant Girl Simulator, it's Peasant Girl Simulator survival game, where you and your little brother are the last ones of the town to survive, and then you come to find out that there are other survivors. So you go find the other survivors to lead them back to the mines of your town, because your town is known for silver, and basically get everyone there and try to like sneak around from the invading force to make sure that like they don't see you and they don't try to kill you, because obviously you're a little bit weaker because you're not wearing armor. So you have opportunities where you actually can like stealth kill them. So there's a point in the game where your brother is critically wounded, but everyone else in the town is like, hey, we gotta go. Like, we can't stay in the mines. Like, I know they're eventually gonna leave, but we don't know how long they're gonna stick around. So we're leaving. You, Teresa, you can come, but your brother, though, like your brother is really hurt, and it's up to you whether or not to leave him. So you, as Teresa, is like, I'm not leaving my brother. Like, I know he's hurt, but he's gonna get better. So everyone else is just like, all right, so good luck. We hope to see you someday. So you stick around. So you stick around trying to find like items for your brother, and then you get to the end, and it's pretty sad as to what happens. And then, like I said, it is that one half of that DLC where it's like, that's Teresa's experience. So then you get the second part of the DLC, which is another character by the name of Johanka, who is another girl who was Teresa's friend, who in her part of the DLC is now working at a monastery with a bunch of monks. And she's taking care of people who got sick and like people who are ill. And Johanka's whole thing is that like she is experiencing visions from the Virgin Mary. And she needs to say to the town near the monastery that like the Virgin Mary wants us to repent and wants us to go after a better life for ourselves, a Christian life for ourselves. So then you do a bunch of quests for Johanka to try to get people on her side. But, it being medieval times, it's just like women are not supposed to talk about the religion. It's only meant for the men. It's only meant for the clergy. So women presenting themselves as some kind of vessel of the Virgin Mary is still considered blasphemous. So we can't have Johanka coming out here and saying stuff like this, because that seems like witchcraft. So you do a quest for Johanka where you kind of go on a personal journey of like, all right, let me repent for my sin, Henry, as to like what I did bad. And then you go back to Johanka only to find out that the Roman Church heard about her saying all this shit and now are treating her like a witch and are essentially going to have a trial period of like whether or not Johanka can defend herself. So you kind of get to the point of that DLC where it's like, all right, go talk to the people that Johanka did good shit for and try to get them on Johanka's defense and see whether or not Johanka comes out of this alive. It's a weird one because I liked the first half of the DLC, which was Teresa's bit. But the whole bit with Johanka, it's just like Johanka comes off as like a complete asshole sometimes, where it's just like you're making it really hard to defend you. But it's a very interesting ideological thing where it's like people who feel like they're in the right of what their religion tells them to do. And obviously with Johanka talks about how the Virgin Mary is the one telling her to do this. And she feels like it is in her heart to do this as a good Christian because the Virgin Mary is doing this. And no matter what, people won't sway her from her ideals as a Christian. While at the same time you have the people higher up of the Christian ideology coming at her being like, what you're doing is blasphemous. It's not in the word of God to do this. So you're kind of hit with like, you know, medieval understanding of like Christian ideologies. It's good in that sense, but like with Johanka as a character, I was just like, bitch, I don't care anymore. Because there's a point where you talk to Johanka and you're like, hey, try not to be a dick during the trial to the Inquisitor, because the Inquisitor is the guy that is going to determine whether or not you're going to get out of this situation alive. But like I said, Johanka is so headstrong in the idea that the Virgin Mary is talking to her. She's like, I'm not going to stop speaking my mind in front of him. I don't care. She's like, all right, fuck it, Johanka. Do whatever the fuck you want. So there are actually 3 different endings you can get. I apparently got the worst ending, which I guess, do you guys care for spoilers for? Well, I don't know about Howler, because Howler is the one interested.
I prefer not to hear spoilers.
Okay, so I won't spoil it, but I got the worst ending. There are 3 different endings you can get from this. So that bit of the DLC of the woman's lot, I felt is interesting when you think about it, with its theologically. But when you're actually going through it, you just want to shake Johanka, being like, bitch, stop being crazy for 1 second. But Teresa's side of the story, I think, is one of the better parts of that DLC. And then, yeah, just the game wraps up really neat. And I'm kind of at a point where it's just like, I don't know if I want to actually play the second game directly now, because I've invested so much time into the first game. As much as I really enjoyed the first game, and you can go back and do trophies, but even then, there are trophies that require you to redo the whole game over again, but not upgrading yourself in specific standpoints. There's a trophy that you can get which beat the game without learning how to read. And the reading mechanics for the game is really interesting, because it's you open up a book without having any knowledge of how to read, and the writing is all jumbled, and it's mixing letters with numbers and other weird symbols, where it's just I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. And it's really interesting, because it's is this how they thought how reading was in a perspective like that, or it's even thinking of not even well, I guess kind of in the sense of dyslexia. But that's the thing, Henry doesn't have dyslexia, he just can't read. So it's all these letters look weird to him. So yeah, but there's like I said, it's just there are certain points in the game where it's don't upgrade reading at all. And it's just but replay through the whole game over again, which now that I'm thinking about it, it's maybe the main story is a lot shorter, but I spent, like I said, a lot of time doing the side quests and the other stuff, and it's just it's a lot to go through all over again. There's even a trophy for completing the game on hardcore mode, and hardcore mode is kind of crazy, where it's you don't have a compass, because when you're playing the game normally, you have a compass to tell you the sense of direction. You don't have that anymore. You kind of have to go wander off, or look at the map and see where you are on the map. There's also a thing where I think combat is a little bit harder. And it's just all this crazy little bits of just yeah, this is more of the hardcore peasant simulator aspect. There's a little cute thing where, I wouldn't say cute, but it's kind of goofy, where they on the difficulty settings, they introduced a thing where it's real mode, or hardcore real mode, or something like that, and you can select it, and literally you select it, and within the first second something pops up, and it is a game over screen that tells you that you were born a girl, you died of a disease, and that was it, because you only lived until you were 5 years old. And it's just fucking what the fuck. It's so goofy in that sense. But Kingdom Come Deliverance, I have to say, if you could get it for cheap, it is a great fucking time. But I would say the caveats is the game is really janky, and it has a lot of buggy problems, and there's a lot to it where it's just this game has some issues. But I had so much fun with it. If you really want to put a lot of time into something, this is one of the games that I would recommend. But like I said, there are some things you have to kind of understand, that this is a rough game. This is very rough. But I'm really excited to whenever I start to play the second game, probably in a couple months or so. But yeah, just a great fucking game. And then yeah, just that's it for stuff that I played to completion essentially. But there is some stuff that I bought. I bought Eugenics. I bought Crystal Theater of Idols. I bought Metal Garden, Romeo is a Dead Man, Beat Cop, Cairn, Elex 1 and 2, One Piece Unlimited World Red, One Piece World Seeker, One Piece Pirate Warriors 3, Rogue Jack, Sphinx, and the Cursed Mummy, and the Wall-E video game, because those were on sale. So yeah. That is it for Chonch. For stuff that I'm currently playing through the Iki Island DLC for Ghost of Tsushima. I think I'm almost done with that, but I have to see. And I'm actually on the end bit of First Berserker Kazan. There's actually like two different, like you could get the true ending and like the normal ending. I'm trying to get the true ending. If anything, I'm going to try to 100% this game. This game's not crazy difficult with this 100%, but as a Souls-like, this game is fucking like, it feels more like Neo in that sense because it's very action and very fast paced. It's still fun though. I just finished, before we started the podcast, I just finished a fight. And that was a great fucking fight. The boss theme was awesome. But the game does a really goofy thing of just like, hey, we're introducing the fact that now bosses have second phases after you like diminish their health bar. Now you got to fight them, but in a new like phase of them. And the boss that they introduced this with is like this weird vampire mummy man, and it was really fucking cool. Because like he has this like coffin that he wields around, and he's like doing blood magic, and it's like this really really cool bit where it's just like it's a lot of fun. But yeah, that game is pretty like difficult at times. And then other stuff that I'm playing, Sniper Elite V2. I tried the Pragmata demo. That was really fun. I'm very very excited for Pragmata. Still trying to get through the Altars and the Outer Worlds, and still keeping up with Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, and trying to get back into City of the Wolves. And then also stuff Armored Core 6 and Digimon Cyber Sleuth. So, yep.
Did you guys see the free PlayStation games?
No, what was them? What were they?
One of them was like, I think an Armored Core game.
Could it be
It's
6?
the Armored Core is the flying game with the plane.
No, that's Ace Combat.
That's Ace Combat.
Oh, Ace Combat.
Yeah.
Ace Combat was like 7 was free or something like that.
That game was actually really fun.
I hear, yeah, it's genuinely fun. Yeah, I have the PS2 like Ace Combat like 0, 4, 5, 6. I actually want to play through them because apparently the story is actually kind of batshit. So I kind of want to play the story. But not Ace Combat. Ace Combat is good, but Armored Core is very good. That's the mech Souls game.
Oh yeah, okay, now Armored Core is.
Yeah.
It's like from Ravensoft or something.
Yeah, it's FromSoft.
FromSoft? I thought Ravensoft did
Ra-
Ace Combat
Ravensoft.
or whatever.
No, Ravensoft. Your character's name is Raven, but the company is From Software.
From where though?
I don't know. Japan? They're in Japan.
What kind of software are they from?
From.
Why you lying to me?
All right, that's it for the podcast. That's it for Chonch. Wesley, what is the time?
2 hours 23 minutes.
Boom. Did it under 3.
Shut the fuck up with your boom.
Boom.
This
Basically
guy's
5
going on
hours.
an hour.
I'm
hour
happy-
rant
I'm
about
happy-
DLC.
Because we've been gone for like almost 8 years, Wesley. I want to talk about DLC.
So Pokemon Red and Green are coming out.
Oh yeah,
on the Switch. I'm very excited.
I'm very excited as well. I will play Pokemon Arceus.
Oh, that's crazy.
Didn't you want to play ZA? at some point?
I'll be playing red now.
Okay, never mind.
I wanted to play ZA, but then I found out it's not.
Not good.
It's
Then you found out
literally
red and green are coming out.
Registry-ish.
Red and green were the Game Boy Advance games, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Fire red, the green.
cool. I don't think I ever
Or
played
were
those.
they? No, they might have been DS games.
DS, yeah.
No, yeah, they were advanced games. Because they came out on cartridge.
Okay.
Like the fat cartridge.
Yeah. God, I miss those things. I miss those fat cartridges. All right. So that is it for the podcast. All right. Bye-bye.
Wait, no, there's more to talk about. So, like,
Cut your face.
in the DLC of Diablos.
All right. Bye.
Ah.